Hello, hello. Hello, hello. It's me. I'm back. Also forgot to switch the scene. Hello, it's me. I'm back. Look at that. I am going to be switching pretty rapidly between... Actually, no, I'm not. Actually, maybe I am. I don't know. I'm going to be switching pretty rapidly between scenes sometimes. So what we're working on today is one of these. Ooh. Guess this is the first time I've opened up Godot 3.4. But here we go. This is what we're doing today. Which is to say, we are working on a MangaDex plugin for Godot. And also just like standalone MangaDex app. Like it'll just work standalone, but the actual idea is that you should be able to basically drag and drop like this code pretty much anywhere into your app, and then it should just be usable. I don't know why you would want to, but the idea of doing that sounded interesting to me, so here we are. We're doing it. Of course, we do have... Oh, all right, hold on. I think it's this one. All right, give me one sec. Does this have my... All right, this does not have my password just visible. Switch me back. This does have my token, but that's okay. You can see the token if you want. I guess I shouldn't be displaying my refresh token, but that's probably okay. You know what? Let's not have the refresh token on stream. In like the super unlikely event that something just absolutely heinous happens. All right, so we'll just push it down to my lower screen. How about that? And then I guess whenever I need to, you know, refresh the token, I'll just have to go all the way down here. So we can have this visible sometimes, just not all the time. Also, this shouldn't, I forget, was I smart enough to, I was smart enough to do that. Oh, look at that. Getting user data. It's beautiful. So here's the idea. I already have pretty much everything mapped out, right? Let's get rid of login. Let's keep refresh token on here, but this is what we have, right? This is what we have mapped out so far. So we have current user details. Please don't show my my token on stream. As long as I don't click this button here in the top right, should be okay. And then we can see there's a few filters that we can send. Oh no. Stop showing the first part of my bearer token. That is a bit annoying actually. But look at that. Property locales is not defined and the definition does not allow for... Oh, does it not? Did it change? Oh no. Hold on. So this is view manga. Is view manga different from just regular manga? How did I... No, yeah, this is... Alright. Why did I name this like that? This should just be manga, right? Alright, do that to save. Hooray! So, I'm doing this because it just brings me a huge sense of nostalgia. I remember when I used to do more of this API stuff. Now I don't do any of this, which is very sad. Good. And also, really quick, I know I just started, but I need to use the restroom again. BRB. hello, hello. Apologies, I had to step away. Had to step away. Because my, you know, things happen. Insides turn to mush. I blame the garlic. It's weird. I've been eating a lot of garlic recently. But let me tell you, I used to be able to eat a lot of garlic at like a single sitting and not feel too bad. But like one of these days, I was just eating raw garlic, mostly just like stay awake, but it was eating it on an empty stomach. You know, felt a sense of danger, rushed off to the bathroom. Insides completely liquefied, and ever since then, if I eat more than 1 clove of garlic in a single sitting, you know, it's bad news. All right, manga feed. So what's the difference between this and this? It's user. Oh. How do I get my feed? Get. Is it not? User. Oh, does this not exist anymore? Is that it? Or is it user follows? Oh, it is user follows. Maybe. Get logged user follows manga feed. Ooh. Maybe feed isn't one of the things I can search for. Let's see, it'll be user follows. Yeah, there we go. Get logged user chapter list. Yeah, that's pretty much what I want, I think. So what's the thing that changed? The locale is the thing that changed. It's no longer locales. It's how do I send this? Translated language? Content rating? Absolutely not. I guess it would be translated language, huh? So it would, wait, query parameters. How do you send a query array? Can I get an example? Why? Translated language? Is it translated language? Spelled that wrong. Translated language. Give it a send. User not found. Alright, hold on. What are my headers? That's my bearer token. Alright, hold on. Bring this down here. Switch over to refresh token. Should be okay. Send it. Oh man. It's quick. That's quick. Also, I don't think this is correct. What is Knight of Earth? Ooh? What is this response? Chapter? Hiding away. A bit tough, considering that it doesn't give me the actual name. They're all just IDs, which I guess that makes sense, but it makes my job tougher. View manga. So manga ID. How do I set the manga ID? Why did I make this an environment variable? Ooh. Alright, hold on. We can turn this into a variable. Set manga ID. There we go. Send it. This isn't my feed. This one shouldn't have anything in it. This one's done. I've finished reading this one. Or am I looking for updates? I should be looking for manga updates, I think, huh? Followed manga feed chapter list. Include future updates? Manga feed? Is it, do I want manga feed or do I want... I don't know, like user or follows. Followed groups. Heh? Feed. It should be feed, right? Get logged user. Feed. Oh. In order? Oh, and then probably like an updated @, right? Oh, it's probably going to be a lot of things I need to slap into the query parameters. So, updated @descending. How do you pass in an object in the query parameter? What? Who? Publish at. That's view manga. View manga, like this is okay. This makes sense. But this one hasn't had an update in a while, which makes me think that this is incorrect. So order. How do you pass in an object in as a query parameter? Query parameter object. URL search params. All right. What do you got for me, Mozilla? Oh, this is JavaScript. Objects in open API JSON objects as query parameter. All right. What do you got, Baildong? So what is? Oh, is that actually what it is? That is so weird. I've never seen that. That makes sense, but still. So it's order. Actually, how did it look? Is equal to just slap JSON right into there. Okay, so order is there's updated at and then yeah, updated at and then chapter and volume. Probably want all three of these to be descending order, right? So we go into here, we can go, where's my thing? No. No. Hit. Feed. Follow chapter, there we go. I dragged it over to my other screen and it made me completely lose my place. So created at descending. I think that's correct. Probably also want, oh, that is so weird. This isn't how you use query parameters at all. Updated, so that was, oh, said I was gonna do updated at, and then I typed in created at. So updated at volume should also be sorted by descending order, and then also chapter in descending order. String value found, but an object is required. What do you mean? String value found. Error validating order. String value found, but an object is required. All right. Oh, hello. Hello, Knock. You've come at the wrong time. You found me in a moment of weakness. Potato. Oh. I'm glad that you could figure out it was a potato, by the way. I thought it looked like a peanut when I drew it. Yeah, Postman. Yeah, well, because I'm not working on a game today. I couldn't bring myself to do it, so I was like, I was working on this in my free time, a MangaDex reader. I was there when you drew it. Oh, were you? Nice. That's alright. Told you it looked like a peanut. It's alright. There's your duck. You were a duck once. Now you can be the other type of duck. Anyways. No, rubber ducky. Absolutely not. There is the command to do it. It's not hard. You just need to send it at some point. Send the command. Have you ever heard of objects in the query parameter, by the way? That's something I didn't realize people did. String value found, but an object is required. Yeah, but I'm saving. That's fair enough. Fair enough. You just gotta click on the button every, is it every 30 minutes or is it every 5 minutes? It's not great when you're doing it manually. Yeah. But I need to find out if the API works or not. Objects. So like, in theory, this is how it should look. And this is what I'm comparing it against. Oh no. Where am I? So this is an object of string to enum values, which makes sense. What's Baildung? I don't know. Baildung is like the go-to source for Java stuff. So I'm assuming they also just do other stuff. I used to look up a lot of their stuff when doing Spring Boot. But I think this seems fine. Oh, it needs to be URL encoded. Oh, that is so gross. How do I URL encode stuff? Java, yeah, see, they're a Java house. Yeah, I know how to URL encode, but how do I do it manually again? Postman will encode for you? I don't think it encoded it for me. Did it encode it for me? I don't know. That doesn't look super encoded. Oh, get that off the screen. I guess it's fine if you have my real token, since the token expires like every 5 minutes. Yeah, that doesn't look encoded though. That looks, well, because isn't it like if you want to encode it, you also need to encode the curly brackets as well? Or is that okay? Okay, I guess that's fine. Updated at, okay, cool. I didn't realize you could have just curly brackets in your URL. It's not gonna partially encode it. I don't know. This is the first time I've seen this this format. Usually if you're passing JSON, you just include a body. All right, well, when in doubt, here's my feed. Let's go to network. Just start looking at it. Ooh. All right, nah, stop looking. We can all look at my feed. Look at my shame. What did you send? Titles feed? That would be too sane. Yeah. God, I hate query parameters. I don't know if that's just like a me thing or not. Well, why not just have a body for everything? Oh, this one? It's I shaved and then I brought a high school girl home. It's very different. Very wholesome. Don't judge. Please don't judge. Don't report me to the FBI. What is titles feed? Titles? Ooh. I don't believe you degenerate. Well, luckily for you, there are 33 chapters for you to go through. So, and they're all pretty long. Is it manga? Manga list? What was the request? It's titles feed? And that's it? I don't think that's correct. No, that's MangaDex titles feed, so that they're doing their own internal thing. Okay, so I can't cheat. Alright. I'm not gonna read it. You should. Well, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. It's either wholesome or degenerate, neither of which I'm interested in, so... Alright, well. That's fair enough. Then you won't like some of these these other titles. This one's really good, though. I recommend this one. So no Freyren. I think I've mentioned this on stream before. Also, looking at the network request is completely useless. Actually, wait a minute. Hold on. One of these looks interesting. This is... So they hit their own API from their own webpage. That's cool. Oh, it's feed. User follows manga feed limit. Oh, okay. Alright, let's just yoink this. This is mine now. I've read that one. Chapters are out then 60 something. How many are out now? 73. Oh baby. I guess before MangaDex went down. Yeah. Alright. So your request is now my request. So this is kind of a bust, but actually, hold on. User follows manga feed. User follows manga feed. Oh, okay. This is actually exactly what I need. Wait a minute. Huh? What is this? Didn't it say that it's a, Now I'm a bit peeved. I'm a bit peeved. Look at this. This says that it's a query parameter object, but then what the heck is this? It's just like a direct JSON object. Or like direct JSON object access. Huh? That's not what an object is it not? Am I misunderstanding what's... It's order created at... Order square bracket created at end square bracket equals descending. Excuse me? Anyways, that should be okay. Look at that. Oh baby. Here's a thing about query strings. They are completely borked. There's no real standard for rich params. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like, considering that Veildung has something completely different, and MangaDex is doing their own thing. I think MangaDex is using Laravel, so it's all PHP, or something like that. To be honest, if you use rich params, you only have yourself to blame. Yeah, exactly. Just throw in a body and call it a day. All right. What is this, by the way? What is my followed feed, by the Oh, okay. It's the ethics one. Okay, so this is exactly correct. Nice. Yeah, bodies don't get cached. Wait, so queries... Oh, yeah. Wait. Is that true? I don't know. That sounds correct somewhat, but it also sounds a bit incorrect, but I don't do enough of that stuff to remember. Cache proxies don't look at bodies for caching. Okay. The more you know. Post requests don't get cached anyways. Don't. I suppose they get cached, like the response to a post request can get cached, but I guess the body doesn't get cached. Okay. Because what I was going off of is like if you hit it an API with like the same thing, sometimes you'll get like a 202 or something. Can't cache a post request. Yeah, but server side you can. I suppose in the browser it works differently. Okay, but I guess this is exactly what I want. So, ordered. Nice. Server side now, you can't just cache in general? Well, you can. Like if you're returning a response. happens if you cache that? You check the body. That's what we used to do. So you just check the headers, see who is calling, check the body, and see if it's just in our cache. see if we've responded to this before. And it'll just be there. At least that's how it was designed. Maybe I'm misusing, maybe it's a different definition of cache, but it meant that we didn't need to do all the complex logic. It was just kind of there for a little bit. I don't know how long it was there. I don't remember how long we kept it there, but it was there. If you do that, you'll only add one item when the intention is adding multiple items. It depends on if you're like adding an item though or not, right? Or if you're just using a post request for everything, which some people do. Some people do use just post requests for everything. All right. You can't cache post requests. You can cache the response to a post request. I suppose that's not what people usually do, but I've done it on 2 of my projects, so it must be something that actually happens. According to this standard, you're not supposed to anyways. Well, enterprise solutions. All right, so reading a chapter. All right, I need to remember. Get chapter ID. We have the IDs. These are the pages that, if I remember correctly, I understand how you can do that. Well, see, if you are... Basically what I was suggesting, right, is that instead of having this kind of super weird query parameter, instead, you would just have a JSON body. And then we just do like a very naive check against the body. Or not even that. Right? So you check the header, see if the user is the same, check the body, see if it matches something that we have in our records already, or if it still exists in our, like, basically an LFU, right? And if it does, just send back like the previous response. What happens if you send one request which is valid and another one which isn't? Well, because we're checking the body every single time. So the intent is that your web service on the back end is doing some other validation or is pulling some other data from somewhere else. Right? Because remember, do a lot of that integration stuff. Heavy integration stuff. So of course we have an exposed API endpoint, and then from that we like ping off of like 10 other different services, and then get back to and then respond with a kind of accumulated response, right? So in that context, it makes more sense because we're just kind of the integration point. So I think that's why we did a lot of caching. Like, we're not just taking it, running against our own database, and then sending something back, right? We're taking it, running against a database, and then also gathering a bunch of other information from other services. So it's just faster if we cache the response. Because sometimes, if you hit refresh on the same page over and over again, you're going to hit the server over and over again. And so you don't want us to, because you refresh the page 10 times, you don't want us to also hit all the other services 10 times. Can't believe you don't use existing caching solutions like Varnish or something. I don't know. I think at that time I was just, I think it was only 2 years into the job, so I was like, all right, I don't know. You're the boss. Four fields necessary. How do I get the MangaDex server? Oh, I need to get the chapter ID. Okay, hold on. We're about to read some manga. I think this is the ID. Yeah, there's the type. Chapter. I'm trying really hard not to open up my environment variable. Chapter ID. That's a chapter ID. Send it. What did I do? Sets. JSON data base R. Hey? Or got to be ara. Hold on, wait. If we're going full weeb, I guess I should actually turn on this. Look at this. Look at this. Neck is broken, but that's okay. Hello. And then we can ooh woo. Ooh woo. This doesn't look right, by the way. Uploads.mangadex.org? I don't think that's correct. You're gonna you need a bigger chest. Wow. You know what they say. I'm not gonna say it out loud because I don't want to go to jail, but you know what they say. Tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm not about to go out and just find another model. I could. That'd be kind of weird though. Chapter hash. Wait, how do I get the chapter hash? Thank you. I appreciate it. Finally, someone understands. Chapter ID. Hey? I don't have a chapter ID. Oh, I do have a chapter ID. I have a chapter ID? Hold on. I'm gonna bring this off screen so I don't show my refresh token. Chapter ID. That's the chapter ID, yeah? Okay. I'm really not. Alright, weeb fight, go. I think you can, right? I think, hasn't it's been in like, you are vampire lady. You can be RR'd by a vampire lady. Isn't, what's that one anime that came out? It's like Senko, something about Senko, she's a kitsune. It's actually, that's one of those kind of degenerate ones for sure. It's definitely one of those degenerate ones. Which one of these is that? So that's the chapter data ID, yeah. Wait. No, this is the, huh? Wait. What's the flow? So the flow is, I grab this thing here. Senko, yeah, Senko-san, yeah. She goes out, right? Does she not? I've only read the manga, because I'm a degenerate with too much time on my hands. I'm compiling. And by compiling, I mean I'm running like 1,000,000 tests. Because Java. Because you need to bootstrap the entire system to run the end-to-end tests, and then also the pseudo integration tests. Full URL is constructed as so. So we have the base URL, quality, chapter hash. Wait, huh? So I can store this as the hash, and that's okay. Chapter hash. Then we go to view chapter. No. I don't need this. Although it will help. Hey dude, I have 42k points now. Please no. I was having fun. Don't do it. Luckily, that's one of the few channel point rewards. That's one of the few channel point rewards where I have the ability to reject it. Chapter page ID. He likes this. Ooh woo. I think I'm still missing the chapter page ID. What is the chapter page ID? Is it data quality, blah, blah. Oh, it's the PNG, okay. So if I do user followed feed, we grab this thing here, save this as the chapter page ID. Then we can do this. 404 not found. He's done it. The project. Do it. Hello, Bumdy. How are you doing today? 404 not found. Sure. So at home server chapter ID. So did I do something wrong here? So you're only missing the base URL. This is chapter data ID. Did my token? Oh, my token ran out. Okay. Don't look at my refresh token. I'm gonna refresh it really quick. Get sense. All right, click out of it. All right, I'm back. Oh, you know what? Something that nice that happened to me today. One is that I'm now on break from, I'm now on leave, PTO, until 2 weeks from now. So that's pretty sick. American Thanksgiving, hooray. And two, I passed another certification exam, hooray. It's for like automated, yeah, it's for automation of like bare metal rel installations. But I guess the somewhat amusing part is like when it came to the actual execution of everything, I just could not figure out how to do it. So I configured the software all like completely correctly, but then they're like, all right, we need you to set up like some complicated subnets. And I'm like, man, I don't know anything about subnets. I knew I was forgetting something when I was studying, so I was like, all right, well, it's not Rails, no, it's for rel-based systems. Oh, he's done it. Wait, no, this is a 404. Never mind. Right? Did I 404? Yeah? Is this a 404? Yeah, okay. Wait, didn't I 404 before, or is Postman just breaking? Yeah, but it's not Rails. It's based off of Pulp. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you are right. Raw. Visualize. Preview. Raw. I don't think this is right. Send me again. Empty body. Yeah, something doesn't seem right here. Maybe it's not called Data Saver. Oh, you know what? Did they rename it to just Data Saver, no dash? That's annoying. That's annoying. Is that really it? Hit? Or did they change it? Did they change it? I think they changed it. So how do I... Where's the MD at home thing? I think it's an actual 404, maybe. This is the covers, no. Hey, static data. Static data is probably not what we want. Where is it? It's not feed. I don't think it's manga. It might be manga though. It's not view manga. View manga is just looking at the manga data. Am I stupid? Reading a chapter from the API. Temporary. Oh, do I need to pass in my temporary access token? Is that it? There's no way. That's not what it says. Yeah, quality mode. Yeah, and then it's data saver. Huh? Alright, give me the high quality page. Or hold on. That's right. This is right, because I need to have the additional slash, because this doesn't give me a slash. Hey, this is the high quality page. Oh, he's done it. Oh, there is no low quality page. Look at that. Alright, so that's the flow. Easy as that. If you've ever wanted to read manga from Postman, now is your chance. This one's actually pretty good as well. It's a bit pretentious. A bit, you know, I'm 14 and I'm edgy kind of vibe, but I like things like that. All right, cool. So, can you do dark reader mode for mangas? I think it's already dark reader unless you're like talking about like the actual artwork. I don't know. You could probably try to invert it. You know, take this, slap it into your favorite photo editor, hit it with you know, an inverse filter. See how that goes. All right. But what was that? That was not this one. It was user followed feed. So I just need to slap this into here. All right, then do this API call, then this API call. Nice. Yeah, that's what I thought. What could be done in Godot to improve this? What do you mean in Godot? This is what I'm working with in Godot. So let me open this up. Ooh, don't save. All right, where are we at? MangaDex GD. Did make a few changes to this, so it doesn't completely break every single time. Me manga reader. So the pretty much the only impetus for working on this is for two reasons. One, I'm making it as a plugin. So the idea is that you'll be able to enable it in your editor, and then it will just kind of start. That might be kind of fun. And so you can, I don't know why you would ever want to do that. I was like, what if you could do that? Here's a dumb idea. Let's do it. And then also, if you wanted to read manga within your game, I think this will also work, right? As long as you just kind of slap this main display into your game or whatever. Thought you're doing an app? Yeah, it also will work as an app, right? So this is what it is right now. So there's your standard login stuff. Really simple. Your die is cool too. Yeah, well, I'm doing everything, right? So this is what should be showing up when you click on the tab. It's not crazy. It's just kind of weird. And I'm here for it. Yeah, but because it doesn't require, like everything doesn't use a class name, right? There are no class names. And also I've implemented a client pooling system for Godot. It's a bit weird. So that we can hopefully multicast out to a bunch of other things as well. Or send multiple requests at the same time. And optionally block if needed. Yeah. The hard part about doing this in Godot is this. So look at this. So whenever you send a request, using any of Godot's built-in HTTP functionality, built-in REST request functionality, right? You have to subscribe to the callback. So it's really tough. So this is how you handle every single response, is basically just handle response, match the request type, and then I've just manually defined several types of requests. And then we're doing this, you know, client pool connect response received, and then we'll just need to override the handle response function. And so for the login screen, which you can see here, all right, that's good. So I can actually give this a try. Actually, we're not going to give that a try. What we're going to do is we're going to go to Postman, refresh my token, just kind of drag. All right, so I have a dev login here, but you could probably do a promise system on top of that. How would you manually implement promises? I don't really know how that would work. Some modern approaches for REST API, I guess. No, it's not a modern approach. It's based off the idea that you shouldn't be doing API calls in Godot. So it's just kind of, Yeah, it's closer to like the function chaining, the callback chaining, and actually it's not even callback chaining, huh? This is actually worse than callback chaining. Static collection of ongoing requests plus polling. I'm not sure if it's polling or not. But basically, so this is the handler. So this is the HTTP request node. And so I have manually defined every single request, and then we just need to call these pieces of data. So there's the login function, which sends it to this endpoint, which is mapped almost one-to-one with my Postman collection here. You pulled for promises. How would I pull for promises? How would that work? Are you saying, like, GDScript has coroutines? Yes. Or I think it has just regular threads, which I guess you can treat them like coroutines. Aren't coroutines, they're not actually like a separate thread. They're closer to, I guess people just call them green threads or something. But yeah, so whenever we send a request, send request calls the base request function, which is defined on HTTP request, which is a built-in class. That built-in class sends something on this callback. Yeah. Request completed. And then from request completed, I think what I do is I emit ready to read, which contains the request type, the response code, and the response body. Yeah. Well, response received, maybe? I don't remember. And OS threads are orthogonal, it doesn't really matter. Did you write all this? I did write all this, and you can find all of this on my GitHub. So it's a really weird idea. I don't know why I thought it would be cool. But the more I thought about it, I was like, man, I really like this idea. Saying, I feel like you could build an API similar to async await on top of this. So I guess I'm still not really understanding what you mean by polling. Like, what am I polling for? Right? Because isn't this is pretty much polling. So we fire off a ping request, and then whenever that gets back to us, and remember that we are, I guess, implicitly doing this, we're connecting to response received, which is defined on the client pool. And we'll open up the client pool. Client pool connects to each one of the actual clients. Yeah, ready to read. Yeah, on client ready to read, and then it just re-emits this, so it rebroadcasts out. So response received, which has the request type, the response code, and the response body. You only have one handler. Am I misunderstanding it? So there's one client pool, but they are up to 10 clients. And so that's what allows me to possibly multicast out. And then also just wait for a response. So I think I'm already doing async. Oh wait, is that not it? Right, so we have HTTP ping, and then this doesn't, I guess this kind of blocks, but you just need to get the next available client. No, not at all. Are you saying, I could just use, have you not used async await? I have used it, I just don't know how it works. All I know is that you have, you slap it in there, and then I guess it just kind of blocks. Or it doesn't block, but it doesn't, anything that uses that variable just doesn't run until that thing comes around. Is that not how that works? I don't know. No, don't know how to do it in Godot. I know how it works in JavaScript. Well, I don't know how it works in JavaScript. I know how to use it in JavaScript. But this thing should work, right? And I suppose in the client pool, I should also do like get next available client, and I need some way to dispose of the client as well. Wait. Here. Oh no, this totally works, right? Yeah. I don't know, I don't care enough to try, but it might be fun to implement. You can yield for timers in GDScript. Yeah, you can yield for timers, yeah. And another thing, you could use C# for that. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to avoid. Is the, right, because I want to make this like also available as a plugin. So I think if I do this, please don't crash. Hooray, look at this. It's here. Yeah, so like this technically does work. Like it just kind of slaps itself into your main screen, and then you just have MangaDex here. It's the same code. And then by async await emulation, yielding for request. That's basically what I'm doing, isn't it? Is it not? So if you yield for, I suppose, the problem with how Godot does yielding is that it also exits out of the current function as well. So if you have nested functions, then you need to do something like this. Well, something like this. So you can kind of see here that get in next available clients, it yields either, well, it either returns the actual MDR handler, or it returns a yield. And then I guess it just kind of blocks, I think. I think it just kind of blocks. Yeah, the code does complete when the timer completes, but if you have another function somewhere, it'll kind of exit and then come back to the function. Kinda. Somewhat. Kind of. I'm actually a bit shaky on how yield works in Godot as well. So what I do know is that if you don't yield here and you also don't yield here, it'll just return a yield object at GDScript function state. So you actually need to yield on the GDScript function state, on this GDScript function state. The wonders of yield. Ooh, pagefall.se. Yeah, like I know how it works, but the problem with yielding is that if you don't do it correctly, then you'll have some weird breakage and you don't really know why. Yeah. I don't know. I know the client pool works for now. If it doesn't work, we can always refactor. But anyways, what I need to do now is implement this thing. So do I have everything? So there's user data. I don't really need user data. User feed might be nice to have. Kind of forget how this worked. Oh, this is tough. Construct bearer token, that's a good one. So user feed is just this really, really long. Oh, that's not how you do it. All right, so we'll just grab all this. Ooh, baby. All right, I'm taking off. Have fun with Postman. We're done with Postman. We don't need any more Postman. Now we're just implementing Postman requests. Anyways, thanks for hanging out, Nah. Take it easy. I'll be here. I say having fun, but I'm not sure if this counts as fun. I find it fun at the very least, but I think that might make me a psychopath. Ooh, geez. Okay. All right. So translated language. So yeah, this request get user feed doesn't work anymore. And it's mostly just like I miss working with APIs, as weird as that sounds. Usually people try to avoid working with too many APIs and all that, but I don't know. I've spent too long in the CI/CD pipeline purgatory. I desire something different. And by something different, I mean more of the same. Alright, so offset, language. I don't remember what this other thing is. Data. And then we need, oh yeah, so we have data and then we have the headers. Construct bearer header. Right. So that, in theory, is exactly what we need. Get user feed with the language and the offsets. And then the offset will be affected by, like, that's just pagination. Yeah. So 32. User feed, user followed manga. I feel like I don't need user followed manga. Yeah. So that's probably okay. So we do all of this. In the home screen, I think that's what I need to do. Yeah. So home screen, we can cast out to get user data. I actually don't remember how this works. Ooh. Hopefully that should be okay. So that's your first HTTP client. It might be better, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, to do as Nock suggested. Now that I'm coming back to this. Because you can kind of see here with the commit history, like the first commit was in August. And then I did a commit yesterday to kind of stop the tool scripts from executing whenever they were just in the editor. So it made it so it kept populating clients and I was slowly memory leaking, which is, by the way, not good. Not good. But yeah, 3 months ago, and I'm kind of having doubts as to how I even implemented this in the first place. We can do var hey. What would this be? This would be user feed. So home screen, I think I'm just going to slap your entire user feed onto your home screen for now. Feed clients is equal to, will yield for client pool get next available client. Clients and then completed. Right. I think that should work. Yeah, so this yields, so it drops out of this function, resumes it once we actually get something back. It'll fire off this request. Then it goes to here, does the same thing. It drops until we get another available client, and then we can send a request. And then we'll just need to handle it in handle response, which is the gross part. Right. So this will be user data client. Maybe I will refactor it. Maybe I won't. We'll see how painful this gets. So user feed client. And then what was it called? Get user feed. We'll hard code English and 0 for now. As long as I make a note to do hard coded values. Should probably be fine. Should probably be fine. And then is it in main? Main display? Why did I call it main? I don't remember. Okay. But we do have request types. So there's user feed, which I'm assuming is what I want. Yeah, so this is user feed. Yeah. How is GitHub Jam going? Take a break. I did take a break, yes. I am taking a break. But I'm feeling super burnt out about it. It's hard. Feeling pretty burnt out about game dev in general. Which I think probably makes sense, right? Because I, for a long while, like just didn't do any game dev. I was only working on this application here. Let's change my blend shape to angry now. So, yeah, actually, I feel like in terms of like what I've actually worked on stream, it's closer to like half and half. Like half and half game dev, half and half like this thing here. Like I've spent a long time working on it. Actually, yeah, this is more than half and half. Yeah. So like I started streaming last September. September is 10? No, 9. The 9th month. I started working on this in January of this year, and it's 11. So yeah, more than half my time streaming has been like spent working on this application. Less game dev, so I guess it's not surprising I get burnt out easier with game dev. I guess I just find it less fun. Which will happen, effort burns out sooner or later, then you try to find fun in development. Yeah. I don't know. It's the problem with game dev, right? Like I've talked to them about this before, but it's like it's harder to define what works or not, right? Whereas with a program like this, like it's very obvious when it works. And then everything else is just nice to have. Right, but with game dev, it's like, yeah, it works, but if it isn't fun, then, you know, did you actually accomplish what you set out to do? Whereas working on this MangaDex thing or working on this face tracking thing, it's more like, you know? It's obvious. Like, one, you need to map your facial data to the tracker. Two, that's about it. For a MangaDex thing, it's like, can you sign in and look at manga? And that's about it. Whereas with working on games, it's like, oh yeah. Response body. Always make prototypes, and it's challenging. Sometimes it works, sometimes not. And then I stop most of the time and leave it for another. Yeah. Well, see, that's the problem. Is that like, I do that. I do that a lot as well. Unfortunately, like I have a ton of prototypes, right? Like the current GitHub game off stuff is actually like based off of a previous prototype I've made, or at least previous game design document I have. To continue to polish the prototype when I get tired. Yeah, it's tough, right? Like the current like GitHub game off idea is, what if you had a JRPG and you mixed it with like a hacking game? So it's like a so all your skills are defined in basically assembly language, and so you, the player, and also all the enemies as well, can, you know, mess with the other, basically all skills that are on the board, and so that you're trying to, you know, give someone an advantage, kind of break stuff, etc. Actually, I need to check something really quick. How did my OBS thing work? when I was working on the OBS WebSocket stuff. Time, effort, quality. Yeah. I don't know. Like if you want to play a game that I made before, you can always play Giant Horse Deathball. Made that on stream. I would like to do that again. That was a lot of fun. Just staying up for forever. Slowly losing my sanity. Ooh. So that's a tool. This is also a tool. Huh. That's a bit tough, isn't it? Because I don't want this to run. But the thing is, if you want things to run in the editor, you have to make them tool scripts. Whatever. That's fine. And I'm also trying to avoid doing this, which is just adding a, if is editor hints, which means that it's a tool script if we're running this in the editor. So if it's an editor hint, don't do this, and then pushing everything out into a separate setup function. I've already done that once with main display, but you can't avoid it. It's tough. I'm gonna try to avoid it as best I can. No, I think I'd rather just throw a few errors, call it a day. Anyways, this is the home screen. This is our panel container. Panel container. What was I thinking I was gonna do with this? This is your sidebar. H-split view. Main view. What was I doing with this? Maybe in home screen I don't want to have this. Maybe we can have like a view chapter screen. So, or a user feed screen. I'm basically just aping the MangaDex layout at this point, right? So this is your followed feed. Don't judge. I would use this if you can make things happen. I have the Postman thingy, and actually this is available. The Postman collection is actually just in docs, right? Of course, hopefully my environment variables aren't here. Yeah, okay. I took out all of them except for uin, and also the base URL. So that should be fine. So if you want to try implementing it yourself, not too hard. I like manga and Godot, I'm a fan. Nice. Alright, so main view, you know what? I'm pretty much just going to do something like this, I guess. So you'll have the sidebar. And then in the sidebar, you'll just have the follow, I guess the user feed. Or maybe the user feed will be the main page. I don't know. What else would you want to do? Home screen? It's hard to say. Let's just do it here. Let's just do it here. Let's add a scroll container. Scroll container. This will be our user feed. So this is the user feed. Slap a VBox container into here. That should be alright as well. Just have it fully expand. Grab this in home screen. Am I making too much? Yeah, I am making a bit too much, but I mean, it's not hard to do. I think no matter what, I do need to make it so, like this request needs to be implemented. Search bar, local remote collection or history is enough. I feel like search bar might be a bit tougher. Or I guess, I don't know. You might be right. You're probably right. But we're too far in now. Like, this is how I usually use MangaDex. Which is, I just go to updates and then click on things I care about. So it's just search and then feed. So those are two things. Doesn't have to be too hard. We'll figure it out. I suppose I could just have a request, yeah, that just sends out like the chapter ID. So search bar into getting the chapter ID, and then it gives you all of the available chapters to read in your language. Yeah. Already var user feed. I think user feed is, hold on. You are still the scroll container. User feed, or you can be user feed container. User feed container, and then this is the user feed. Start simple and make improvements. Well, that's what I'm doing. Or at the very least, what I'm doing is making it, I guess, trying to design it in a way that it doesn't require too much rework. That would be the worst part, is if it requires a ton of rework. But I think this design is not too bad. Not too bad. That's your user feed. All right, cool. I know, because you're experienced enough. Yeah. Hard to say. I know what I want to do. The hard part is just working around Godot's limitations with sending out HTTP requests or REST requests. And I'm also trying to avoid, you know, using C# or a GD native library, because then that's harder to distribute. If it's in pure GD scripts, it's easy. That's why this is tough. If I wanted to do this the easy way, then just doing this with C# would be the easiest, right? C#, excellent. You read the official docs of request? I have. They're using C. Yeah, I have. Yeah, that's what this is doing. Yeah, I think it's been 3 months. The reason why I went to do this is because if you use the same client, if you use the same HTTP clients for multiple requests, then I think it just loses the previous request. And so then you have to do some fancy, you know, wait for one thing to be done, or you had to yield on one request and then fire the next one, etc., etc., and then you need to have a toggle, which I think actually still exists here. Yeah, is ready for new request. That still exists. I think I'm still using it out also, but this using a client pool lets me multicast out, so I don't, like, these two things don't depend on each other. So getting user data doesn't depend on getting user feed. Well, let me see. Yeah, that's why I'm using the callback thing here. It's HTTPS. It's whatever you want it to be, Uwu. I think I am using the HTTPS thing though. HTTPS, yeah. Yeah, it's using a bearer auth token. So what does this response look like again? This gives me one of these. Okay, just hide it like that. No! Get it out of here. All right. Please don't hack me. All right, so this is what the response body looks like. I could probably, why am I doing it like this? I can just look at the API thing on the side. Then no one cares about hide it. Yeah, well, you never know what kind of bad actors are out there who might be like, oh, if I just manually type in every single character of this person's session token that only lasts for like 5 minutes, I can really mess with their MangaDex account. There's some crazy people out there. Some crazy people out there. Recording your keyboard strokes. Nice. By sound. Nice. Unfortunately for you, I type very irregularly. AKA, I press spacebar with my index finger. Here's a hint. So it does mean that like the lower half of my keyboard I actually hit with majority my left hand. Like I'll only hit like M with my right index finger. Got machine learning. Well, if you're training your machine on people that don't type correctly, then maybe it'll work. Otherwise, I got bad news for you. Ooh, okay, so user feed, that's fine. I think we do need to match against. I should actually be doing more request validation. Why don't I do any request validation? Oh, I think I do. Maybe I don't? I don't remember. Anyways, we have... should probably store the limit. So var limit. I think that comes back as an integer. So... and it might be a float. You know what? We'll just duck type this. That's okay. So response body. Ooh, response body. I believe I can actually just use regular dot notation here, but I prefer to do it this way. So that's the limit. Nice to have the limit and the offset, I guess, if I want to make that configurable in the future. But for now, these are just unused. Unused. For now. We'll probably want to store those in a bigger variable up there. Then the part that I'm actually interested in is the data. So the data should be, can guarantee that this will be a dictionary. So it's response body. If you want to follow along, I'm just looking at the, actually this is not a dictionary, this is an array. I'm looking at the API MangaDex thing here. Look at that, it's beautiful. So this is an array of some sort of JSON object, and then this JSON object looks like, actually this is not even a JSON object, this is just data and hold on. Okay. So hear me out. What if we create a model folder? So model. This is very Java-esque. All right, so this will be your this is user feed item.gd, right? Extends reference, sure. Doesn't need to be a resource. Resources tend to break, actually, in my experience. User feed item. Well, and then user feed items, they have an ID, type, and then attributes. Oh no. That's okay. And then that attributes thing has more things. Okay. So welcome to the bottom screen. So that I can look at two things at once. So var ID. So this is guaranteed to be a string. Basically just using this as a struct, but that's okay. I think I can have type, and that's not overriding anything. And then var attributes. class attributes. Also a reference implicitly. So this one will have a volume. Here, what do you got? Here, volume. Oh, okay. So actually, MangaDex just gives you all the things here. This is actually really nice. Whereas it's at least very nicely formatted. So that's neat. So you'll have the title, if I can spell right. Your title, your volume, your chapter. And the reason why I'm pushing this out into a new class is that if multiple items are using the same attributes thing, then I can just push this out into a different model. And then we'll just have to, you know, import in that type, I guess. Maybe. We'll figure it out. Translated language. Var translated language. String hash. All right, remember hash is one of the things we do need to use, and then there's more data. Oh no. Ooh. Okay, so hash is just a Godot type. Attribute hash. That's gonna be a little tough, not gonna lie. Yeah, because I'm well. So in Java this works because you can define like an auto serialization API. This one sounds a bit complicated now that I'm thinking about it. Hold on. It might be better just to have like a deserializer instead of like defining a model. That's tough, man. That's tough. All right, so we have data, then we'll just kind of pull things out of it as needed. Yeah. Well, for now, I hate this pattern, which is just pulling things out. This is gross. I would rather have something to define each piece of data as opposed to just kind of having to remember, oh, like this is the key. But hooray. So what things do we need? We need for, okay, so for datum in data. Actually, let's not call it datum. Chapter data. Hooray, okay. For chapter data in data. So we'll have an ID attribute. Guaranteed to be here. So this is chapter data. Don't know what I'm gonna use that for. Actually, that's used. Send me up here. So chapter ID, yeah, chapter ID is used in gets the MangaDex at home server. So we'll need this. We don't need the chapter, we don't need the data type. We do need to access some attributes. Or I wonder. So if we're just doing chapter data in data, for now, I can just create like a big button, right? So this is the user feed, and then this, in theory, should look like this. Something like this. Should be doable in Godot. I think what I'm probably going to be doing is something like this, actually. Because that seems a bit easier. So you'll just have, yeah, for now, we'll just do title. And then I guess the chapter information. And that's pretty much it. Title and chapter information. Let's do it. And then it'll be a button. So, and then we can abstract out everything else. Or even just set it on like the meta thing. So var button is equal to button new, right? So because you can just set whatever you want on the meta field. Yeah, that's kind of gross, but until I actually create a different scene for this, a different text scene, we'll kind of use this weird workaround. So button dot set meta. So this is data. So we'll just kind of slap this entire dictionary into there. Hooray. That's your button. And then button dot text is equal to, gotta sneeze. Ugh. Make a function for button? No, absolutely not. That would make too much sense. So this is your title. Probably chapter, right? Bit of string formatting to replace the function. There's no function just yet, but we'll. The idea is I'll just create like a different text scene. So we'll create like a probably like a button container. Yeah, probably something like this. So a panel container, full rect, and then as I'm saying it out loud, I'm also doing it at the same time. Oh, and actually, this should be a button by itself. That's a bit tough, actually. Can a button contain things inside of it like that? I've actually never tried to do that. So can a button contain? Yeah, a button can just contain. No, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. Ooh. It might be right. I mean, when you want to change things, plug the dependencies, etc., make things better. Yeah, but for right now, this is the most basic functionality. But this is the idea, is that this will be the, I guess, the UI assets. And then we can attach a script to it so that it'll, you know, be less gross as opposed to just setting things on the meta variable. Because this is good enough for now. So this is chapter data. Probably title. And then this might be a bit dangerous, to be sure. I think. Volume 6, chapter 30. Ooh. Will I always have a volume? I know sometimes, yeah, like this doesn't have a volume, but I'm pretty sure there's always a chapter, but there's not always a volume. All right. Welcome to the team. Vol chapter. Yeah, but this is the idea, is that we'll do this. But I'll have to think more about this for now. Right, so what if we do this? How would that work? Be blank if there's no volume? Good to know, good to know. I think that's okay, and then we'll just get the user feed, add child, button. And then we'll just iterate through all of this stuff. This is gross, but we don't care. We will need to hook this up to another function to bring you to, I guess, the volume page, right? Or I guess like the read chapter page. Yeah, the read chapter. Okay, so this will just send you straight to the read chapter page, right? I think that will work. So we'll do, oh, and this should be a call deferred probably, since this happens asynchronously. So call deferred add child button. And then before that, we also want to connect it. So button connect pressed, not self, or not else. We want to do self So on read chapter, we'll do something like that. On read chapter. And then we can also put, this is something I figured out. Of course, the tutorials and the documentation tells you that this is possible, but I'm going to be honest, I didn't know this is possible. Oh, and actually, because of this, we no longer need to pass along the button. Or we don't need to set the chapter data on the button metadata. Yeah. So on button connect, pressed self on read chapter, then we'll also pass along the chapter data just like that. That's something that didn't really make sense to me until I realized that Godot actually like stores connections in just like somewhere else. It doesn't store it on the entity itself, I think. Maybe it does, but anyways, this data doesn't need to be in scope. It's just kind of placed somewhere else. And so it just kind of exists. So this is data, some sort of dictionary. So what do we want to do here? Based off of the data, stores in meta, I guess? Maybe it does. Like, just kind of like an implicit, you know, double underscore metadata thing, kind of Python style. I'm actually somewhat interested in this. I should really look this up one of these days and see how Godot actually handles like this connect thing. It's actually pretty neat. The more I learn about how connect works, the more I'm like, wow. Like, there's a lot of things I could change about how connections work if or that I would change now if I knew how they worked before. So on read chapter, so given that you click on this button, then I want to grab the chapter ID. Hold on. Hold on. How do I do all the screen changing? Main change screen to main display. Okay, yeah. Because that's how I'm passing along data. Yeah. I remember now. All right. So go here. Get rid of this for now. We're not going to use that. But based off of this. Give this a save. Screens, base screen. This will be called like read chapter. And then I need to think about how I'm going to be doing pagination with this. But that's just the read chapter screen for now. So this is how it's so complicated in different languages, so simple on Godot. Yeah. Well, I like how C# also does it. C# has like events, and it works in almost the same way to like Godot connections, kind of. Not really. But C# events are also fairly simple. But I feel like Godot's signal system is a bit more flexible. So read chapter, create this. Ooh, all right, uncreate this. I would like to use my custom template, thank you. All right, so this needs to be a tool. Just slap this into here. Please get out of here. Okay, so what we'll be doing is we'll load in this path here, read chapter. So we'll also like preload this. So const read chapter screen. So this is a packed scene. So simple on Godot. It's just one of those things where it takes a little bit to figure out how things work. But once you figure it out, it feels so nice. Read chapter scene. Actually, this is not how you name constants, by the way. Constants are read chapter scene. Hooray. I never use constant Godot. I like using constants, right? Like, you don't need to use constants in any language, but it's just for you to remember later, like, we're not supposed to change this. Don't change this. If you do try to change this, then you're dumb. You know? It's more just like for my own benefit, so I don't accidentally like reassign to it when I shouldn't. That's kind of how I feel about constants. Like, yeah, like I think in like any language you don't need to use constants. In some compile languages it makes more sense, right? Because constants are, some things are compile time constants, I think. So I'm not sure how that differs from Godot, but it's different. Var read chapter screen is equal to chapter scene instance. So we'll instance it, and then we'll also pass in read chapter. Let's see. What things do we need to do before? I think this entire scene will just be, that'll be it. You won't switch pages. I guess it'll actually work pretty similarly to how MangaDex does their thing, right? So you can, it's just one screen, and then you know, click left or right if you want to switch pages. Most reasonable thing, constant hacks or something? Nah. I don't know. I think it's using, whether or not you want to use constants or not. It's really up to you. So like if you're doing something like this, right? So we have a number of HTTP clients defined, 10. And so I never want to go over 10. Why? I don't know. But just so I don't like accidentally change it at some point, you know, this is the single source of truth for how many clients we can have in a client pool, right? If I made this a variable, then I could, like, you know, one day for testing, you know, in one screen I can change the maximum number of clients and then forget to change it back. And then later on, you know, I'll be wondering, why is my maximum number of clients says it's 10? Why is it saying that it's like 100 right now, right? And that's what having a constant is nice for. Hack going on, unless this kind of may require more work. I don't know. I think getting hacked is not, that's a very low concern for most things. I think for most people, I think getting hacked, like, who cares, you know? I think if you're getting hacked and they're changing like variables, I think you got bigger problems anyways. I think that this is the common use case, right? So there's only one place where your variable is defined. There's nowhere else. So you know that it will never change. Whereas with other variables, you know, I could be like, you know, what if I want to go into, you know, main client pool? Then I can be like, I don't know, we can just redefine the token at will, or we can redefine main to be this thing here, and then it'll technically work for a little bit. Who knows? You know, and then if I do that and forget to delete it, then I'll be running into really strange bugs. And that's why you would want to use a constant for some of these. So you assign it once and only once in one place. Anyways, looking at this again, so boom, boom, boom. I need to define this function here. So get the MangaDex at home server. So this requires a chapter ID, var chapter ID, which is a string. we'll also need to do chapter hash and then chapter page ID. Okay, so we'll need to have the chapter. Why do you need the chapter ID and the chapter hash? What's the difference? Okay. I guess the chapter ID is pretty much guaranteed to be globally unique. The chapter hash is just how you determine if it's correct. I don't know what I'm comparing the hash against though. I need it though. And then we have var chapter, what was it called? Chapter page ID, chapter page IDs. So this is an array. Yeah, okay, cool. Hash should be unique, ID might not be. Yeah. No. Yes. No. If it's not like a UUID or a GUID, whatever you want to call it, then I suppose. I don't know. That's a bit weird. Like the hash might also not be unique. Right? Because if you hash the same thing twice, then you'll get the same result each time. That's what a hash is. Read chapter screen. Chapter ID is equal to data. What data do I have? Oh, it's just data ID, huh? Read chapter screen. Chapter hash. Data. Oh no. Attributes. Hash. Love to see that. Read chapter screen. Ooh, chapter page IDs. Data. Attributes. I think we'll just be looking up the high quality scans every single time. Isn't hash invented to be unique? So I don't know. Well, hashing is just it's just some sort of algorithm. So that's why when you download software off the internet, you're encouraged to check the hash of whatever you downloaded against whatever the website says the hash should be. So you can hash it yourself, and then you should get the same hash as the website. If you didn't get the same hash, then you know, you've been man-in-the-middled somehow. I think don't remember how GUIDs are generated though, but I think GUIDs are supposed to be globally unique identifiers, whereas hash is just some algorithm run against the entire piece of data. I think they're very similar. I think they're very similar IDs and hashes, but I don't remember. There's a difference, but they are very similar. Yes, but I feel like that's not what hash is being used for in this context. I feel like this is just like chapter ID 2. The other chapter ID. Main, change screen to... This isn't actually gonna work. So this needs to be... Where is my main? Alright, so change screen to... And then we can also have function change screen. And so this is the screen. Some sort of node. It'll do almost the same thing, but we don't do any instantiation. Yield get tree. Screen. Do you use mobile app for MangaDex? I don't. I don't usually read manga on the go. But that's also because I'm kind of a shut-in. I'm kind of a shut-in, unfortunately. Like, I don't mind just hanging out at home. Lots of things to do here. You know, have the big computer, have instruments, have video games. What else could you want? If I ever go outside, it's like I need to go get groceries or whatever. But like if I'm getting groceries, I'm not going to be like looking at my phone the entire time. Mostly because it's kind of dangerous, right, to walk around just staring at your phone. At least in where I live. There's actually like a few months ago, there was a super gruesome murder like a few blocks away from me. Yeah, some lady was I was about to say she was assaulted, but that has like a different implication. She wasn't like sexually assaulted, she was just like cut up. 50 different cuts like in a public park. I was like, that's crazy, dude. What the heck? Who does this? And this is like, I think it was at like 3 a.m. so I don't know what she was doing there. But like, I was like, wow, that's like, I run there. I run to that park. That's wild. Yeah, like they were saying that like they recently declassified the, or I guess they just recently released the autopsy report. Yeah, like 50 different cuts. They also killed her dog, which is just extremely rude. Like, who does this? Yeah, body was completely mutilated. So, like, and they still have no idea who did it, so... there's... The killer is still among us, etc., etc. You can read everywhere, so... Well, I do live in a big city, right? So it's... do have to be a little careful. At the very least. Like, I like one of the few times... Or not one of the last times I was going to the... Getting groceries. I walk over to the supermarket, etc., etc. And, we're just walking around. Saw some dude just kind of like looking kind of sketchy. You know, I looked at him. He wasn't looking at me, but he was clearly like trying to walk into me. So, you know, stand my ground, just stopped walking. He bumps into me and like just eyeballs the crap out of me. I'm like, oh. Like on one hand, a little nervous. On the other hand, I'm like very confused. It's like I'm not going to walk off onto the street. But on the other hand, I don't know if it's worth possibly getting shanked. So just gotta be looking. Gotta keep an eye out. I think the fact that I wasn't walking at the time, since I stopped right before I walked into him, probably stopped it from escalating. Which is kind of how I treat walking in general, right? Like, usually, I don't go out of my way to actually get out of other people's ways, right? Mostly because I'm always walking on the correct side of the you know, the path. Which is something I think is weird. Like, why do people walk on... So I live in the US, right? So, you know, you drive on the right side. You also, when you're walking, you pass on the right side. But some people just don't do that for some reason. They're like, no, I feel like I want to walk on the left side and just walk into everybody. I don't know. So instead of getting out of people's ways nowadays. I just kind of stop and let them walk into me. Probably not the greatest idea if you're trying to avoid conflict like I said I was, but I'm nothing if not inconsistent. Alright, so this is all manga stuff. This is user-related stuff. This is MangaDex at home stuff. Hit get MDAH server. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so not the most interesting story, but it is a point I'd like to make is that there's just random people out there trying to start fights. And I'm here to oblige. Alright, so this is a GET request. HTTP clients, method gets, what was it called? At home. Stating a passiveness is not that clever. It's alright. The way I see it is like if you want to fight, you are going to start something anyways. So it's better to kind of to square up. It's better to square up and prepare yourself. As opposed to trying to avoid them and, you know, possibly being sucker punched. Right? Because especially like last year, right, when the pandemic, or I guess not even last year, like more than like last year. It started 2020 when the pandemic was really kicking off, at least in the US. It was a bad time. It was a very bad time. Because I'm very, very Asian looking. Mostly because I am Chinese. Or I'm ethnically Chinese, was born in the US, but like, was a very scary time. We could not go to the grocery store without getting like eyeballed. Be like, oh, he's one of those people. And I don't know what that means. I've actually never been to mainland China. And you know what? I think that might be where I started doing the entire just like stopping. So when people would like try to walk into you, because you know how people walk around, right? People tend to walk where they're looking, so they'll always be eyeballing me, and then they'll just kind of slowly walk into me. Like, all right. Like, come at me, I guess, but yeah, that is something that bothers me though, is that people tend to walk where they look. So if they're trying to eyeball you, they're actually like about to, even if they're not trying to start a fight, they're about to start a fight. So I think it does also help in my case that I'm not like super thin. Stupid Korean, Japanese. Yeah. Everyone gets hit because people can't tell the difference. And also in my case, it's also kind of hard to tell where I'm from. Because I guess I don't look like a mainland Chinese. Or it kind of more depends on my hairstyle at the very least. Request type, get MDA server. Oh yeah. I think one of the things is like people tend to not try to fight me that often. Have I been in fights? Yes, I've lost 2 fights. I've lost 2 street fights before. And then after that I did some MMA training. Figured out that like, man, I just kind of really suck at being in fights. Unless we're talking about the clinch. I can clinch pretty well. Mostly because of my fairly stocky build. You know, very, I don't know, like broad. It's not broad-shouldered, but like very strong back. Very strong back, very strong hip. So it's hard to knock me over. But that's why I'm confident enough that as long as I prepare to get hit, I will not go down. At least on the first hit. And as long as I'm not outnumbered. That's enough. And then after that, we can decide whether or not I want to take this fight or not. Not the greatest strategy, especially as I get older, but you know how it goes. Here's the thing that US might have crafted that to make a scene out of China, because that makes it sound like sense. I don't know if that's true. That's some conspiracy theory stuff. It's conspiracy theory stuff. Wasn't it recently the WHO said that they actually have changed their stance on whether or not it was a lab-made virus, though? So it's still possible that it's China. You know what I've been hearing actually from some of my friends who are Chinese nationals? Yeah, it was a China. It was a lab virus made in China, but it wasn't meant to spread this much, right? Because it was some inter-party conflict that happened, but I haven't seen any any U.S. conspiracy theories too much, but maybe that's because I'm from the US. The virus was found in Italy like 1 and 2 months before China. Reports of that. Yeah, I saw that, but I'm not sure if that was substantiated or not. Or if it was a Chinese tourist going to Italy. I don't remember the details. But I very, very rarely see that it's a US lab-made virus. I think that's a little unlikely. But the WHO has said that they are now saying it is possible, not probable, but possible it was lab-made. They cannot discount that anymore, but there's not enough proof, which is also fair. Yeah, you know people can't even validate the virus in the lab. Yeah, because you would need to actually, like, I don't know. Yeah, like, the only way to really validate is to find the original lab. And I think that any lab that was originally working on it in the first place probably does not have it anymore. I think they would... The original lab would probably just completely dissolved. It got rid of all the evidence. It's already been too long. So we're looking for the base URL, by the way. So want to do one of these. So if our response status is not... What does this give me? This gives me a 200. Okay, it's not 200. I don't know. What do I do here in home screen? Just hit it with a print debug for down. So user, well, md at home response empty. What is true? Why am I passing in true here? Alright, so return, let's see. Oh, hello, Anwa, hello. How are you doing today? We were just discussing the novel coronavirus that you may or may not have heard of. It was a big thing last year. How are we talking about this? Actually, I was the one that brought it up. So that's my bad. I mean, SARS? Were there any SARS cases last year? I think I know that my dad was quarantined for a little bit because of SARS. Because He used to do a lot of business trips to that region. COVID is SARS? COVID is not SARS. SARS refers to something else. SARS. Well, I guess if you want to be technical, isn't it? They are all SARS, but they're not. But SARS usually refers to the 2001 thing in China, or 2003. Now that I've Googled it, 2003. Right? Like, you wouldn't say that like there was a SARS pandemic last year. They are all coronavirus variants, but when people say SARS, they're usually referring to 2003. And then when was swine flu? Swine flu, when was that? That was 2009, yeah. But I believe that those are all coronavirus, right? Maybe I'm being dumb. MD server is equal to response body. I think it's base URL, by the way. Base URL. Hold on. User followed. Okay, that's consistent. Okay. I was about to say, isn't this is inconsistent? Shouldn't this be snake case? But nope. They just use Pascal case for all their stuff. Neat. Well, they use Pascal case for almost all their stuff except for some of their URIs, which use kebab case, which is interesting. I've never seen that before. Respiratory illness, because people try to talk to you like they're telling you something. Yeah. I don't know. I'm vaccinated. I'm also kind of a shut-in. So it's not like a huge thing for me. You know, here's a controversial opinion. I think people should get vaccinated. Oh no. The microchip feels so good. I do like having Bill Gates just whisper into my ear. I can feel it communicating directly to me via the microchip. Alright, so now that we have this, so once we grab the MDA server, then we also will just have the chapter hash, and then I think we'll just want to paginate between the chapter page IDs. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So we'll grab this client. So these are all like temporary clients, by the way. That's why I'm not storing them, because we want them to be temporary clients. At COVID last year, I live in a major city. Oh. Well, it's good to know that you are probably still alive. Congratulations. I never get sick. Hardly leave the house. Same. Same to both of those. When I do get sick, it's usually pretty bad, though. Like, I think I've mentioned this before, but like, the last time I got really sick was when I was still in university. Had like a really high fever. Was pretty much like about to die, but none of my roommates were there, so I like just ingested like the entire package of fever meds, and just was just like, all right, well, if I don't feel better in the morning, I'm gonna call 911. And you know what? Got better. I don't know if my killed off any brain cells or not, though, but I suspect like the next time I get sick, like if COVID or whatever, I would probably be like, be down and out of it for a while. So this should be called get MDA server for the given chapter ID. Yeah, okay. And then once we get the MDA this thing, right, then we can start sending more requests, I think. And so we'll do var get, what is it called? This is high quality page. What's the, what does MangaDex call it? Where is it? Chapter, no. At home, no. Ooh, reading a chapter using the API. What is it called? Well, sure, my brain recovers most of it in time with new connections and such. Does it really? I don't know. I feel like the amount of brain cells that you lose is probably offsets the new connections. Like it's like you make new you can make new connections, but at some point your brain just stops growing and something like that. So at some point you just start deteriorating, and that's why you get something like that. I don't know. I'm not a neurologist. How did I figure out how to do this? By the way, like I'm stepping through the API and I'm just baffled. Brain recovery. Lion's mane is your friend. What's lion's mane? Is that like crocodile? You guys ever do crocodile? Because I haven't, but. I just want to know what it's called. It's not the cover art. It's not this one either. It's not chapter upload. Manga status. That seems unlikely. But we won't be talking about it, would you? It's okay, I won't tell you. I won't snitch. You can trust me. Kappa. Let's see. What did I call it then? If get page, get manga, get manga page client. So we'll get the first clients, right? Immediately. So let's implement that. Get manga page. So boom, get manga page. And then this requires a MangaDex at home server URL. So MD server, some sort of string. Well, we may not have a jaw or eyes. We use like 12% of our brain, there are spare cells. I can't, is that a sarcastic take? Is that sarcasm? I would like to believe it's sarcasm. Some people use 0% of their brain, etc., etc. Chapter page ID, which is also a string. Yeah, because a chapter page ID is one of these things. So this will be a PNG. So we submit the MDA server URL. And we're doing it with just high quality pages or regular quality pages, so data. Chapter hash, which is different from the chapter ID, and then the chapter page ID. Made up truth. Oh baby. I do love me a made up truth. Yeah, isn't it like you use like pretty much 100% of your brain? But it's like, it's not like you're using 100% of your brain at all times. Isn't that where it's like a misquoted quote? Is that it? So it's like you're not using 100% of your brain actively, but like the active portion at any given time is around 10%, something like that. But you are technically using your entire brain. No? I don't know. I did say I'm not a neurologist, but I don't know. We can Google it. Use 10% of our brain truth. How much of our brain do we use? Medical news today. Ooh, takeaway. Is a myth. Requires almost all of the brain. Oh, okay, well, there we go. Neat. Okay. Well, this also doesn't really answer it very well. All right. I've actually never looked it up. I've just heard that it was a myth and then just parroted that myself. Let me see. Ooh, basis of a movie, blah, blah. Misconception. 50% of primary and secondary teachers across different cultures also endorse the 10% myth. FRMI says that we don't. Tracing the myth's beginnings, I don't care. Ah, all right, well, okay. Entire brain is constantly active. Even people with degenerative neural disorders such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's still use more than 10% of their brain. Okay, well. Okay. More active, the greater the positron emission. Okay, well, I guess you're always, yeah, you are always using it. Yeah. I guess the notion that you're only actively using part of it, I guess you're consciously thinking about something, is also incorrect. The more you know. Well, it said that they're calculating it via MRIs, so that makes sense to me. Just shoot some, what are MRIs? MRIs are X-rays, right? Just shoot some X-rays at it, hope it works out. Alright, so get manga page. Both myths and scientific. I don't know if that's how that works, but also not a scientist. Just someone that knows how to read code. So hopefully fairly logical at the very least. Getting page this. Getting page from MD server. I guess we'll hit it with one of these. Chapter page ID. Why not? Code is myth until proven. Well, that might be true, right? But luckily for code, it's pretty easy to prove. You just gotta run it once and see if it works. How exactly does it work sometimes? I don't know. Could be magic still. Could still be magic. Especially in a large enough code base. Like, there's some things about like how some of like how I did like the rotation handling or like the eye rotation handling. I still cannot tell you how that works. That was mostly just like me playing with the rotation values until I got something that looked correct. So the jury's still out. Still possible that my code works off of just magic. Get manga page. All right. So, here with one of these. Get manga page. All code is superstition. I'll try an eye just like that. What do you mean, just like this? The eyes actually used to shift a lot more, but each model actually defines a min and max eye rotation amount. Whereas previously, I think I just had it so you could dampen the amounts that your eye can move. I think I still might do that because it's just kind of funny. Because like if you turn it up high enough, you can just roll your eyes back in your head, which is always kind of fun. But for the people that use this kind of software, it's unlikely for them to really be into that kind of stuff. HTTP clients. Actually, I just kind of realized like all of these requests are GET request. Yeah, pretty much everything is a GET request besides. Ooh. Yeah, login and refresh token are posts, and that's it. 3D is easier. Yeah, 3D is easier because I feel like it's easier because you don't have to do as much. Well, I don't know. It's easier to reason about because it, you know, the spatial awareness is just, I don't know. Maybe it's not easier. Maybe I'm talking out of my butt. Maybe I'm just crazy. Send request. Oh, you know what? Send request. Oh, I don't want to use send request. I want to do... This needs to be somewhat custom. Yeah, okay. So is ready for new request. False. And then we'll do return request. Do all of this. So this needs to be custom. Request base URL blah blah. Hey, path isn't. Easy for mathers if you're good with hotkeys, I suppose. 3D is a better axes, and you have to learn illusion in 3D. Yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, there's no illusions of simulating 3D because you're not simulating 3D. You're actually in 3D. Yeah, 2D is weird because of screen space. 2D art, you must learn form and shadow and light. 3D, the program can cheat it for you. Yeah, well, as long as you already have the program, of course. As long as the program is already there, then it makes sense. Identifier path. I think it's MDA server. No, hold on. It's... no, hold on. It's MDA server. And then... I'm thinking. Data. Chapter hash, chapter page ID. Yeah. Chapter hash, chapter page ID. This is kind of weird. Chapter hash. So I'm doing a string format inside of the string format, which is interesting. Chapter page ID. Okay, so those are your headers. No data. Headers isn't declared in the current scope. Okay. So what is it? It's called generate. What did I call it? Generate construct bearer header. All right. So let's do this so it's easier to read. But it's pretty fun once you know most of the hotkeys and you aren't making the high poly stuff. I feel like I had more fun in Blender when I was doing just like sculpting. But maybe that's weird. I found sculpting to be pretty easy to do. But it's when you were actually like manipulating the, you know, the vertices and you're doing all the hotkey stuff. I was like, I don't know how to do it. Like, when do I slice? When do I not slice? I don't know. Data. Data is, oh, data is just a string, huh? Neat. UVs are pain though? Yeah. Just apology, it killed. Yeah, I can do low poly. I can do super low poly. Like I made the duck. Everyone knows the duck. I didn't make this, of course, but I think the duck is only, I think it's like 50 vertices, might be less than 50 vertices. So that kind of stuff I know how to do. All right. So we'll do hit it with a check error, and that should be okay. That should be okay. Yeah, so get manga page. We'll go back to, where is it? Read chapter. Get manga page clients. This is the same thing as main client pool. Get next available client. And then just wait for that to be okay. Get manga page clients. Then we'll fire off our first thing, which means that we now need to handle this as well. It's such a weird setup, but it works for now, probably. So what did this give me? This gave me a 200 okay, so if response status. I feel like sometimes it's not 200. I feel like the reason why I'm checking explicitly for the response status code is because sometimes it gives you a 201 or 202. Maybe. But yeah, Blender modeling. I just need to practice more. I think that's it. But that goes for a lot of things, right? Like if you're not good at something, you can become okay at something if you just practice a lot. I think that's something that I firmly believe in. Right? If you're not good at something, you can always practice, and you might not become, good enough that people are like, wow, you're pretty good. But you can become good enough that people won't say that you're bad. You can become good enough so that people won't insult you all the time at the very least. Manga page response is invalid. Actually, this is not correct. Now I'm looking at it. Yeah, actually, I shouldn't be checking against the response. I should be checking the response data. If response body empty. Yeah. So response body empty. These things move faster when you practice. I forget things. Some other things are harder IMO. I just want competence. Yeah. Competent enough, right? I feel you. I feel like my main competency is wait a minute. Hold on. What does this give me? So there's one of these. How do I content type image PNG? That might be a bit difficult, huh? Let's just hit it with one of these. Print response body. I feel like this might be a bunch of bytes. I feel like that might be a bunch of bytes. So I was saying something and then I distracted myself and now I no longer remember what I was saying. Huh. How does Godot handle HTTP? PNG is bytes, yes, but all right, it's not HTTP client. What I'm using is the HTTP node, HTTP request node, which is different. It uses HTTP request under the hood. Oh, okay, load. Oh, there we go. Neat. Loading and displaying an image using HTTP request. Okay, cool. All right, that should probably work, I think. That should probably work. So var image is equal to image new. Let me see. Then we'll do var. Oh, if image.load PNG from buffer, which is going to be response body. If this is not okay, print debug unable to load manga page. Do you think this will give me a thing? Parse arguments type does not match the function's expected argument type pool bytes array. Hey. Huh? What? Hold on. This is, oh, this is HTTP request, not well, no, wait, no. HTTP request is the node. Load it first. Yeah, well, isn't this, HTTP request completed. Alright, I'm missing something here. Hold on. Request completed. Oh. Oh, okay. So this isn't necessarily always a dictionary then. That's a bit tough. Parsed body, if not body, empty. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. Okay, so in order for this to work, I need to change how each client actually handles the responses first. Okay, so I do actually get a thing of bytes here. Check the docs again. No, yeah, the docs do it properly. But see, what I've been doing is just assuming that I'll always get back a valid like JSON object. But actually, I did not think far ahead enough to handle images, which of course is the entire point of having a MangaDex thingy. So I think I need to check the headers. So this is a content type header in the response. So we can just check to see if it's an image PNG header. I'd like to copy this, please. Copy this, please. Okay, so ready to read. That's a bit tough. All right, so we can duck type this. All right, get duck typed. And then we can also duck type handle response. So base screen. This might not always be a dictionary. And then on everything that doesn't do that, yeah, that's okay. So on anything that may accept, all right, welcome to duck typing. I hate this, but there is also not any function overloading in Godot, so this is the best I got. Although I think this is how Golang does it as well. Like it's not quite the same as duck typing, but in Golang you would just define this as like a generic interface, and then you would need to do some checks afterwards. That's how HTTP works. Yeah, it is how HTTP works. I gotta say, I just kind of assumed that this would be all right. All right, so if we just take out that, so we duck type the parsed body, and then if body is not empty. Oh, that's tough. Oh, that's tough. Okay, hold on. So if body is empty, then we'll do parsed. Hold on. Okay, else. We'll hit it with one of these. Parsed body is just an empty dictionary. Easy, right? So here we can match against the proper header. I wish Godot had optional params. Godot does have optional parameters. But they do need to be in order. And optional parameters isn't really a good solution for function overloading. Yeah, so you what you could do, right, is use optional parameters and then just have them like default to null or whatever their value equivalent is, probably like a -1 or something like that. All right, so if it's a pool string array. Okay, so I need to find the appropriate header. And so the appropriate header is going to be content type. Wait, huh? All right, what do you do? Header. Hey? What? So HTTP request completed is an HTTP client thing. That's one of these callbacks. Is it not? Or is it? Maybe it's not. Signals. Request completed, yeah, and then it's just this. Yeah. That's just a string? It's just a string? Okay. Let me think. Do like a find, func, finds, what is it called? Content type header, content type header, or header value, shall we say. And so this will take in a string, or maybe a pool byte array, or pool string array. This track is a banger. Oh, thank you. Isn't it just a dict? It's not a dictionary, no. It's a pool string array, unfortunately. If you like the music, you can find all the music on my SoundCloud. Peep the SoundCloud, etc., etc. Drop an ultra hot fire, yada yada. Pool string array. And then return a string, I guess. I have it. Nice. The mixing, as always, on all my tracks is pretty bad, but so it goes sometimes. For header in headers, if header contains, shouldn't this be a, this should know that it's a string, right? Contains, hold on, what are the string methods that I have access to? Find? Maybe it's find? Contains? Maybe it is find? Hey, that's probably find, actually. Find content type. Mixing is hard. Mixing is hard. EQ. Isn't EQ the same thing as mixing, or is that not true? Oh man, I don't know what this is. Let's just print the header so I know what I'm even looking for. So we'll have var results, some sort of string. And then for now, we'll just return an empty string. Right? So find content type header, and then we'll just print all of them. So these will be the headers, we'll pass it in there, var. Oh, and then we can just do something like this. So if content type header is equal to, whatever the heck this is, not this, image PNG, we'll probably turn that into a constant at some point. All right, so this is this entire if statement, else parsed body is just equal to body. Yeah, there we go. Game staging. It's the umbrella. Under my umbrella, umbrella. How does it go? Ella, a. Something like that. Oh, let's give it a try. We'll be sending a few garbage requests, but that's okay. Or we'll be sending the one garbage request, and now we're just looking for print statements. That's okay. That's okay. Let's not do it as a plugin, because if it crashes, it will also crash the editor. So, don't have to tell you that that's bad. Invalid set index ping. Hey? What do you mean? Where? What? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I see what I did wrong. So parsed body is equal to one of these. Let's start it again. Ping. So there's the content types. Oh, it really is just like a raw string of the header. Okay. Okay, sure. Why not? That's interesting. That's interesting. So if header, and then we need to break it up into separate pieces, I think. So we can do var split header is equal to header here. Don't I have a split function on a string? String utils, split. Isn't it called split? Split. Split. Yes. Oh, and this gives me a pull string array. All right, that's fine. So, okay, yeah. So this gives me a pool string array. So we're iterating over a pool string array already, but now we're iterating over another one. And then we just want to get the last thing. Actually, can't I do? All right, that's okay. If split header, and then we'll get the split header size, right? So size, is it size -1? So if you have two headers, I just want to get the last one. We could do -1, but I kind of dislike that syntax because it kind of confuses me. That might be a me problem though. Pass by reference and not by value, that's okay. You could invert it, but I don't know why you would want to. To size -1, right? Size -1 is equal to, or actually, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. It's just this thing here. Yeah, we'll just return whatever the heck this thing is. Yeah. So, if this thing is image.png, so we are splitting the header. The header looks like, I guess, your normal header with the colon and all. Yeah, okay, cool. Oop. Invalid call this function split expected 1 argument. All right, what does split need? It needs a delimiter. Okay, so it's just, we're splitting on the spaces. Yeah, that makes sense. Allow empty, max split. All right, split on that. Spaces. All right, now we're gonna log in, which means I'm gonna bring this all the way down, refresh my token, so I don't hit the MangaDex servers too hard. Just slap this into here, dev login. Ooh, okay. Invalid get index title on base dictionary. So, this is gross, yes. Chapter data, isn't this what it's supposed to give me? No? So this is feed, and then it's data. Oh, is it data? Oh, it's data attributes. No. Yes. Oh, it's, yeah, it is. It's pretty much everything that's in attributes. So title and chapter. So that's wrong. Okay, cool. Good to know that we just want the attributes pretty much every single time. I'm late. You are very late. You are very, very late. But it's good to see you here, nevertheless. Should have paid attention to the Discord notifications, I guess. Yeah, because the bot did send a correct ping this time, and I also managed not to spam it. Hooray! But how are you doing, Needle Mouse? What I'm making today is a MangaDex reader that you can run inside of the Godot editor or inside of your Godot game. Why? I don't know. I thought it'd be cool. Alright, so let's give this another try. I think my token should still be valid, so let's try to log in. Oh no, I don't have the token anymore. Alright. Don't look. Ugh, okay. Invalid type in function connect cannot convert argument 4 from dictionary to array. Or huh? I thought you ended stream because it was 10:50. So I'm good. Nice, nice. Yeah, I usually end my stream a lot earlier than this, but I don't know. I'm technically off work. I don't go back to work until the week after Thanksgiving, so like, why not? I guess I still technically have work, but that's another story, where I may or may not have more than one job. So what is chapter data? Isn't chapter data? Yeah, chapter data is a dictionary. Cannot convert argument 4 from dictionary to array. It's at 49. Also, I'm drawing the web cover for my web comic. Did I say web cover? I'm drawing the cover for my web comic. Nice. I'm burnt out from working on games, so I'm working on this. $49. Chapter data. On read chapter. Chapter data is a dictionary. Am I crazy? Invalid type in function connects. Oh, you know what? No, it has to be a... It needs to be an array. I forgot. Okay, send it. I always forget. Look at that. Look at that. Some of these don't have titles for some reason. Also, I'm kind of noticing that looks incorrect. What does my followed feed look like then? Oh, look at that. That is correct. Look, neat. Now you can see like I read some pretty weird stuff. Kind of degenerate for sure. Expectations, responsibilities, and other pains. Oh, hold on. What does this mean? Oh, almost showed my refresh token on stream. That would be bad. So this is start of the battle. We don't care about this. You're gonna make your own cruelty squad. Very nice, very nice. Arms are for suckers anyways. Never needed a real arm. Arms just kind of hold me back. Get it? Because that's kind of a stretch, actually. I'm not very proud of that pun. But you hold people with arms. And it's okay. I found it funny, even if you didn't. Start of the battle. Then this one should be... Which one is this one? Expectations, responsibilities, and other pains. Oh, okay. Cool. That's just how that works. Day in the life of Patrick. Okay, so how MangaDex does it in their web UI. Where did it go? Here. How MangaDex does it here is it's actually, it tries to bundle together the, I guess, the latest things if they all display on the same page. Interesting. Interesting. You're gonna make your own cruelty squad? I like the idea of cruelty squad, yeah. Maybe that'd be cool. Maybe that would be cool. You're holding trays of some coffee. Nice. Or as they say in Nihongo, kohi. Isn't it weird how it's coffee? And in Japanese, they do have the f sound, but they say kohi instead. How strange. Is that how you say coffee in Portuguese? That might explain it, but I've never looked it up. Saying coffee in Mandarin Chinese is cafe, which makes more sense. Why is it kohi? Things that keep you up at night. Anyways, let's look at this. Boing. Get manga page clients. Invalid call to get manga page. Oh, expected arguments. That's fine. So what we need here is the MDA server. We also need the chapter hash. And then the chapter page IDs. Right. And then, was it read chapter? Read chapter. Oh, you know what? I do need to keep track of the current page index. So we'll always start at 0. I think that makes sense. Yeah, and then, or maybe we'll start at -1. We'll start at -1, and then once we get the manga page. Oh, and you know what? I didn't even remember to debug this properly. Or I didn't actually implement this properly. So this wouldn't have worked. But we did get this far, so that's okay. I don't mind. What's your webcomic about, by the way? Is it just about like coffee house stuff? I don't really know too much about coffee houses. I'm more the kind of guy that just kind of chugs like really cheap coffee, mostly because it's better than taking caffeine pills. Alright. So how was it? It was HTTP request. So var image texture, create from image, blah blah. We'll copy and paste this. That's okay. Kind of weird white spacing going on here. So create from image. Then what am I doing with this? Where am I placing this? Ooh, texture rect, add child, and then texture is texture. Neat. Okay. Well, let's do this then. So we're just going to be showing the cover. So that's what I've already done before anyways. So, which is to say, that's what this thing. Oh, so when we finally complete our request, this is what should show up, because that's what I'm going to be clicking on. It's a very good manga, by the way. Highly recommended. What's the thing I'm looking for? It's called a panel container. Full rect layout. Give it some margins. 10, 10, 10, negative 10, negative 10. And then we'll give you, what is it called? Texture rect. So that's full thing. So this is, I don't know, like this is just the texture rect, I guess. Manga page. So go here, hit it within like an onReady var, why not? Onready. Well, first exports var manga page path node path, then onReady var manga page, which is a texture rect. This is equal to pretty easy get node manga page path. Yeah, so now we just need to define it here. Really easy. Just click on it. I've actually started to like doing things like that now, which is setting these paths via the editor, because it's more resistant to changing the node structure. Yeah. Although once, I think it's good for development, but once you start to really have a lot of nodes, it becomes a huge pain, because now you have doubled up with the amount of variables that you need to manage as well. Yeah, so I think once you, that's one of the tasks, like once you start getting closer to release, you need to just start using like absolute paths. Because then it's also easier to know like when things are, you know, when things are moving when they shouldn't. It's better to fail fast, in my opinion. But when you're developing and you're not sure how you want things to look, this is not a bad plan, shall we say. All right, so manga page, and it's nice. It's fail proof, which is good if you are in the middle of development. I think then once you start getting ready for release, then you should start hardening, and then your hardening should also include some failover stuff. But you know, everyone kind of has a different opinion about that kind of stuff. This texture rect, so that I've always thought that was kind of weird how you had to do get node as texture rect in order for this to actually give you code completion. But yeah, everyone has different opinions about what code hardening means, but I prefer to catch all the small things. Fail really fast on the small things and on the, or fail really fast on the big things. I fail really fast on as many things as possible before you release your program. And in the very last part, just try to harden the program. So basically have two hardening passes. One where you fail fast, and then one where you stop failing altogether. Anyways. This will be really easy. Yeah. Have once again lost my token. So let's go back here. I think I'll need to refresh it again. That's not even it. Let's grab this. I'm pretty sure it's expired. No, still works. Oh, hello, Ransan. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Okay. Cannot convert argument 3 from array to string. Ren sent us. Oh, did he? Was there a raid? Or no? I apologize if I missed the raid. I didn't see anything in Twitch though. But hello, Ren, if you are here. Or if you've just been sent, I'd appreciate it nevertheless. What I'm working on is a MangaDex viewer built with Godot. So the idea is that I can do something like this. So look at that. This is the same interface that you've been seeing, except now it's just kind of like an additional tab in Godot. It's a bit weird, but I'm into it. Of course, I'm not going to do development on it right now. So basically Tachiyomi, yeah, kind of. Wait, I thought Tachiyomi is its own thing, isn't it? Oh, hello, Ren. There's the raid. Hello, Ren. Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? I'm working on I guess it's like a Tachiyomi-like app, but it's for MangaDex. It's for, you know, you can have an editor plugin for Godot, so you can just read MangaDex from here. And the more interesting part is because it's structured like a plugin, it's in theory very easy to add a MangaDex thing just to like any game at all. So you should just be able to drag and drop it into your game and it'll just work. So hooray! Weebs unite. An Arch user. I love your axe. Tachiyomi will read manga from several sources including MangaDex. Well, there we go. Yeah, this is specialized for MangaDex because I don't know what I'm doing. Godot isn't really meant to do this, so we're in a very strange place right now. So there's already a few workarounds for how Godot handles HTTP requests. But what I'm trying to do right now is, well, one, you can see that we have login page. I'm trying not to hit the servers too hard. Ooh, okay, well, there we go. Full authentication. All right, so my token died. That's good. Let's refresh my token off screen. Then we can try this again. That's weird, it shouldn't have let me through, but we'll fix that later. Look at that. So these correspond to all the MangaDex entries that are here. I think interestingly enough, right? So MangaDex gets all of the most recent ones. It sorts it by most recent, and then it will bundle together similar entries if they exist. So that's neat. So, like, I'm using the same REST call as MangaDex is using, but you can see that mine is kind of structured differently. So please work. Ooh. Oh, okay, well. Invalid type in function load PNG from buffer. Cannot convert argument 1 from dictionary to a pool byte array. Hey. We're so close. We're so close. Yeah. What was the thing I was thinking of then? So if Tachiomi is just like a manga reader that aggregates from several sources, isn't there was something else that kind of popped up when MangaDex was down for a while? There was another thing, but I don't remember. The response body is empty. Get manga page. Get manga page. MDR handler. Bum bum bum. Oh, it's probably it failed on this request. Probably. What do these headers look like? So this is what I'm expecting, right? Should be able to just send this again. 410 gone. Oh, that's not good. Chapter ID. Pull it. All right, so there we go. So there's the postman request that works. I'm pretty sure I just exposed the wrong ID there. What's the header? Is the header not... I feel like I've seen it before. Where are the logs? Give me the logs. Starting. Okay, so this is the accept type. No, this is the content type. Find content. Oh, this is completely wrong. That's why it doesn't work. Turns out I'm a huge idiot. So if split header, and we'll grab the last part of the split header, so size -1 is equal to whatever the heck this was, image PNG. This is the content type that we're looking for. Actually, then this should be... Wait. No, wait, no, that's not right. What am I... No, this is the just find content type header. So if split header first value is equal to, what is it called? Content type. Content type. Then we will want to return this. Yeah, that should be slightly more correct. Yeah, I don't know, let's send it. I need to stop copying and pasting random things. All right, I'm gonna grab my refresh token, or just my regular token. Currently off screen. Send it. Dev login, looks good. Do this. Ooh. Ah. Cannot convert argument 1 from dictionary to a pool bytes array. All right. I think I just need additional logging then, right? So a split header. And I can guarantee that all headers will at least have 2 values in them, because I'm pretty sure you can't just send a single header, maybe? I'm actually not sure. Web dev, not something I'm great at. Integration points, I'm very good at that. You gotta know your strengths. And I know that I'm pretty good at integration stuff. Application JSON. So what's the problem here? All right. Oh, hello. Hello, Knock. Welcome. Welcome. I'm still streaming. Application JSON. Unicode error. Invalid skip. Oh, that's interesting. It gave me an application JSON back in the response. So right now what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to load in an image, and then we can build in more things around that. You were trying to load the wrong type. Yeah, well, see, that's the problem, is that whenever I make the request, this looks correct, but it's giving me back an application JSON response, which isn't correct. So get out of this. So the response, content type, image PNG. But for some reason, Godot is reading it, or Godot is receiving a, it's receiving an application JSON. Right. And for now, these are actually somewhat synchronous, which is a bit unintentional. MDR handler. I don't know, just let me see what the headers are, I guess. Prints. Everyone loves a good print statement. Alright, so dev login is a bit jank. Hooray, overflow. So give me this. What do we got? What do we got? So getting page, authorization, so it's a bearer token, there's my token. And it gave me back a content type. Content type application JSON. Do you need to set the accept header? Oh. This song is on SoundCloud, I think. It should be called Gravel. Yeah, but I think this is one of the few songs that actually uses like real instruments in it. So those are it's just 2 guitars playing through like super, or lots and lots of effects piled onto them. I'm prepping for a very special type of stream next week. Oh, is it the Made cosplay stream? I'm looking forward to it. Flanger? Yeah, it's 2 flangers, and then I think one of the guitars is sent through a vocoder. I think the one that is the vocoder guitar. Flanger. I'm gonna be modding a game controller. Nice. Hardware. That's one of the few things I just don't mess with. I think I tend to be a little too laissez-faire about how I handle those kind of things. Request headers. All right, there's my token, by the way. So, oh, this sounds so clean. Sounds like an opening. Yeah, well, I need to mess with the current song that you're hearing right now, because it's actually a little offset. I can hear it sometimes, It's like it's a little rushed at parts. The accept headers are just all in all, by the way. So that's a bit weird. I don't believe... Yeah, like there's my authorization token. That's fine. Accept, that's okay. Do I need to send these in? Adding mechanical switches to an 8-bit Do Pro 2 controller. I have 0 experience soldering, drilling, or modding. Nice. I have some experience soldering. Soldering is nice. I'm pretty bad at it though. I tend to like use way too much solder. But I think the biggest thing for me with modding like hardware and stuff, or doing any kind of hardware stuff, is I tend to just break them. Like, I'll rip things out of their socket and just be like, oops. It's broken now, I guess. Yeah. Soldering is I hear soldering is the hard part though, but I think I'm just a bit too impatient. This should be fine. This should be fine. Is it the fact that... So construct the... Oh, is it the bearer header is a bit different? So there's the bearer header with this authorization bearer whatever content type, which should be, yeah, accept all. Now that's what I'm sending in here in Postman. Don't need a postman token, don't need a host, don't need a user. User agent's fine. I'm sending in my own custom user agents. Accept encoding? I guess I can pass in an accept encoding as well. Connection keep alive. I suppose I can send in all this stuff. Why not? Var. Var headers. So this should be a pool string array. Construct bearer header. All right, so let's do this just to make sure one more time that I'm not crazy. Response body is some sort of text. What the heck? Oh yeah, because it didn't match correctly. Oh well. All right, let's go back. Can take stuff apart. Okay. Be fairly simple soldering. Just adding a tiny switch on top of the button pads on the PCB and tossing out the membranes. Nice. Okay. I'm not familiar with an 8-bit Do Pro 2. Are you adding like the arcade switches on it? 8-bit Do Pro 2. What is this? What the heck is this? That's not what I was expecting. Interesting. So I guess you're taking out the presumably the face buttons and switching those out with real switches, better switches. Okay. I don't know. That sounds cool. I don't really know what goes into that though. Yeah. Because switches have 2 wires presumably that go into them to complete the circuit, and then you would just need to know which ones are which, which is scary because that's the kind of detail that I tend to completely ignore. So headers, appends. Let's just grab this string here. So bulk edit. No. All right. Accept encoding. Do I need to pass in this? I don't think so. Also, how are these usually passed back? Or am I passing in the headers incorrectly? Is that it? Yeah, no, you should be able to just pass in the headers like this. Right? So this should be okay. Yeah, look at that. Right, that's okay for a header. So there's your accept encoding. The buttons will still be there, but rather than remembering, it's a mechanical switch. Yeah. That makes sense. I wish you luck. I might tune in. When are you planning on that? Or I suppose I'll just have to pay attention to your Discord. Switches are easy. They're just a broken wire in a metal box, and it's pressed down. It completes the circuit. Oh. Well, yeah. Oh. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. What was I thinking of? Next week on Wednesday. Oh, baby. I think I'll be completely off work at that point, so that should be fun. Probably be able to tune in. Do I need to pass in the host? Is that it? What the heck is this? Host? Calculated 1 cent. Do I need to pass in a host header? Is that it? What the heck is this? Question, do you remember what BPM Gravel is at off the top? I don't know. I mean, let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's get distracted. I'll also put my headphones on so I can hear it. If it ever decides to run. I might be running out of RAM. I did click on... Oh, I clicked on Postman, didn't I? It's me. Oh no, I'm very loud. I'm very loud. Okay, everyone shut up. Okay. Is this audible? Oh no, okay. This is only audible to me, but this is very loud. Because it's going through my the output is routing through my my audio box. Let's see. It's at 92. You can't hear this though. Yeah, I mean that's it. Do you just want the files if you have FL Studio? It's at 92 though. Bring it back. Yeah, I think I tend to do most of my... Oh, hold on. Don't do that. I tend to do most of my songs at something 2. I don't know why. It's just a thing I do. So like, I think a lot of the tracks that usually play run at like, I think 82 BPM, 72 BPM. Some of the faster ones are 132 BPM. I don't have FL. I would like to use it for something though, with your permission. Yeah, sure. As long as it's not like super insensitive. So if you are planning to use it for like a KKK rally, you do not have my permission. Sorry. But anything other than that, I guess it's okay. Don't have a problem with that. A new controller, the switches, solder flux, solder wick. When I mess up, solder wick, isn't that the thing that you dab it off into, or is that the flux? Screwdriver coat with tweezers. All I need now is to find my soldering iron and get some latex gloves. Who needs that? I remember when I was a lot younger, we were trying to make props using a hot knife and like foam, and that's pretty much a story of how like I'm missing fingerprints on both my index fingers, is because we would always just like grab the hot knife by the barrel and then just burn the crap out of our hands. Who needs safety? I was hosting a get-together too and everything. Well, I'm glad that you have found a group of people who can accept you for who you are and simultaneously also not accept others. All right, so we'll do mda server port 444, maybe. That looks okay. Flux is the stuff you dab on. Dab, by the way. before soldering. Solder wick is the copper wick that you place on top of the solder point and heat up to pull away the solder so you can redo it. Is it weird that I don't know what that is? I've soldered before, but you have the solder, and then you have the thing. I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm so bad at soldering. How did the bug RPG turn out? It's still a work in progress. I'm a little burnt out right now, which is why I'm not working on it. But I will go back. I will go back to it at some point, just not now. Later. Probably in like, what is today? Today is Wednesday? Probably tomorrow. But I do know what I want to do. Hey, unexpected format character. Oh, whoops. So I do know what I want to do with the bug RPG now. So it's going to be a JRPG, right? But it's going to be more programming focused. I don't know if you were there for that explanation, but it's going to be, so each skill is made up of like a programming language. So just a really custom one based off of assembly. So assembly languages, you don't really have the ability to, define new variables. You don't really have the ability to define a function. You can, but I'm not gonna allow you to do that. So you only have access to like assign to a few preset variables. And then the game is just messing with your opponent's skills. Your opponent messes with your skills, and then you can also modify your own skills, etc. So that's kind of like the bug part. Cannot convert argument 1 from dictionary to pool byte array. So the output says that this is application JSON. I mean, it did come back as a It did come back as, wait a minute. No, that's right. It did come back with a 200, I think, right? You should go full ASM, maybe full ASMR, maybe. I hope you're ready for full ASMR hours when I just talk into the mic like this constantly. Does this make you uncomfortable? Does ASMR bother you? I'm sorry. I know my mic isn't really set up for that, so it was probably really loud. It didn't sound too loud to me, but mostly because I'm not wearing my headphones. That's tough, though. That's tough. So response codes. What did I define as valid response codes? Yeah, it's just the 200 family that I care about. I don't know, man. Get string from UTF-8. What does this give you? It might throw an error, but there's no way for me to catch the error. I guess I can check for the last request type, and then I don't know. The header's wrong. What am I doing differently here? Right? So this one is content type image PNG. There must be something I'm missing. So there's my auth header. There's my postman token, which we don't need. Except that's correct. Maybe I'm not actually sending it? I don't know. Where do I construct it? Construct it here at the very bottom. I don't know, man. Let's print out. Oh, you know what? I didn't even send it properly. That's why it doesn't work. All right, step 2 of actually sending headers. You need to actually send it. Boom. Please log in properly. I'm looking at it. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. It's still application JSON. But those are the... At least the headers are... correct? Maybe? Well, actually, which header is this? Did it sent me back the host header and the response? Is that correct? Huh? Wait a minute. Maybe this is wrong. Error parsing JSON at line 0. Yeah, that makes sense. That's my auth header. I should be printing out the header every single time, shouldn't I? Or I should be printing out the response header, I should say. So on request completed, blah blah. Or am I not doing that? Print debug, blah blah, parsed body. Where are my prints? Yeah, this is who? Wait, where is it? Read chapter. Who? What? Hold on. Where am I printing this from? I'm so dumb. Headers. Is it here? Okay, yeah. So print debug. I should really print debug this. So it gave me back the host header, even though that doesn't make any sense. Request completed. Which header does this give me back then? Huh? So these headers takes a little bit. Oh, there we go. Yeah, response headers, content type, blah blah, content like we don't care about. Yeah, it feels like it's printing out the... Huh? Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Right? So what's happening is that find content type header, that's where we're doing all the big prints. And then also we have this print statement here, right? And then we're printing out the final value. Yeah, I think there's something wrong. Yeah, overflow, that's fine. Yep. Then it breaks, that's fine. Go back to here. Oh, we overflowed, but that's okay. So for some reason, it's not able to, maybe it's not able to split the other ones, right? So 187, get manga page. Wait. No, 82 and then 85. Yeah, so these are the headers. Maybe I'm just not splitting them correctly, but even then that doesn't make any sense for it to give me back the same headers that I sent it. See, that seems very wrong. Yeah, these are my headers. These are my headers. These aren't the... These are my request headers. What? Huh? Why are the... Why did I receive the request headers? I should be receiving the response headers. That's different, by the way. Request completed, emitted when the request is completed. That's tough, man. That's tough. Okay, well, what if we do this? What if we do this? Instead of doing this the same way, And then comparing against the header type. What if we do if last request type is not equal to hold on. So this feels bad, but I think this will work. We can just ignore the headers. I think that feels like a bug, right? Because it's giving me incorrect headers. But I don't know how to get the regular headers. Yeah, so if I do this, go back to here, grab my token. Let's just refresh it one more time just in case it broke. Or it expired, I should say. It didn't break. Send me back. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I wonder if that's a bug. I wonder if that's a bug. And look at that. It's not exactly doesn't exactly fit with or whatever as expected. But that's neat. That's neat. How would I make it so that this kind of squishes? Oh, okay, yeah. Duh. It was true. Texture scales to fit its bounding rectangle. Absolutely not. Let me see. How would I squish the texture here? Is it like keep aspect ratio? That's probably what we want. This won't refresh immediately, but we can go back. Still incorrect, but that's all right. We'll figure that out later. The next thing, though, is just to see if we're able to kind of paginate between all pages. So we can have... All right, hear me out. What if... what if I just have like 2 invisible buttons, 3 invisible buttons on the page? So here's what I'm thinking, right? Big button, size flags, expand, right? Big button, but also theme overrides, styles. Pretty much all of these are going to be invisible, so you can't see it. So style blocks empty, everything is just style blocks empty. And then also mouse filter stop, that's correct, but then no focus mode. And there we go. So this is, I don't know, go back. Go back. Or no, this will be left. Left button. Middle button. Right button. I know that MangaDex has a middle button as well. Yeah. So there's your left, middle, and right. I still want to figure out how would you do an expand mode, but then you would keep aspects? Hold on. I'm interested now. How would you get that to work properly? Click on this. Oh, okay, cool. And then I just need to censor it. Cool. Neat. Neat. So if I slap in a censor container, manga page up, so then this should be censored here. Probably, and then everything, all the padding isn't messed up, hopefully. Please. Please work. No. Did it not work? Oh, it's because the sensor container. Ooh, how does this work? Use top left? Oh. Oh. I still don't really understand how sensor container works. Maybe that doesn't work. feel like that should have worked though. Right? Or maybe center container isn't really for other controls because it kind of squishes everything inside of it. But I do need this one to be centered somehow, right? As opposed to being displaying from just the left side. It needs to display from several sides. We'll figure that out though. Anyways, I'll BRB. I need to refill my drink. And then we'll continue working on this because I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm feeling pretty good, but you know, I'll BRB. Don't get too lonely without me. I'll give you one of these. Whee! Hello, hello. I'm back. It was really quick. So let's hook up all the buttons really quickly. That should be nice and easy. So export var left button path, I guess. Export var middle button path, and then right button path. Easy. And I'll take these out later, or maybe not, depending on how I'm feeling about, or how lazy I'm feeling. So equals get node. Let's see, left button path as. Yeah. Somewhat recently, been doing a lot of typing tests, and let me tell you, I feel like my speed typing on this keyboard is really slow. I remember I've done it on stream before when I was doing a typing test and I hit like 120 words per minute. But like on this keyboard, it's like super tough for me to even break 100. I usually actually about an 85 on this keyboard. Like if this keyboard feels really nice to type on, but I don't know. I need my ortholinear, not the standard layout. I've completely destroyed how I usually use keyboards by using a non-standard layout for too long. What a pain. One of these and then one of these. Okay. So here, let's hook up all the buttons. So left button, connect, pressed self on left. Middle button doesn't do anything right now, but in the MangaDex reader, pressing the middle portion of the whatever you're looking at, right, brings up the viewing controls. So why not? We'll kind of stub it out for now, just in case we want to do something special with that. Alright, so func on left. That's pretty easy. We don't need to pass along any extra data. This one, let's hit it with a to-do. It's a stub. We're not implementing it for a while. Stub. And then on right. Alright, so what we want to do here is this part. Yeah. Wait. Wait. Is this correct? So if you want to go back, we do need to do a page index check first. Okay. So since I'm keeping manual track of all of the paging, I need to change how this is working. So current page index, I think this should be incremented by whatever's doing the thing. So we start at 0, that's easy. When we go left, we need to check to see that we can actually go any farther left, right? So boom, boom. Current page index, if current page index is less than 0, then current page index is equal to 0, and then we'll just return. Because that's invalid, you should not be able to do this. And this should be -1. -1. I guess if you go less than 0, you'll just wrap around, but that's one thing I really don't like about some languages, is that you can wrap around by doing it that way, by going into the negatives, so it's like, I think it just makes you more prone to erroring out. Chapter page IDs dot size. So if your index is greater than your size, thinking. Yes, is greater than or equal to? Greater than or equal to? Yeah. We'll just minus equal 1, I guess. We'll push you back and then return. All right, so let's give that a try. I think that makes sense. Bring me back here. We'll refresh the token once again. We could log in, but then that would require me to copy and paste in my password, which I'm not going to do. Because I know me. And if I know me, I'll end up accidentally posting my password. So let's... Oh, cool. Look at that. That's cool. Well, he's done it. That's pretty much it. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Look at that. It's talking about ethics. How nice. I never took philosophy, though. I thought... Probably should have taken at least one philosophy class when I was, like, in university. I think it's interesting to think about. I think it is kind of weird how some people do it for a living. It's like, I don't know. You think you're better than me? You probably are. In like a, maybe like an ethical kind of way, but maybe like a spiritual kind of way, but. Panel container. You know what? Can I slap a scroll container inside of here and then put just this thing in here? Is this how this works? I actually don't know. I feel like it might. So. Nope. How would you do that? Or is it more of a one of these kind of things? So scroll container, manga page. Will we turn off expand? And we can, oh, look at that. Oh, and now the now it's broken as well. Okay, cool. Cool, cool. So these need to pass inputs. And I suppose also not cover up the scroll container as well. Or I'm trying to think. How would I get the scroll bars to be on the far right side? If you're doing this in like a browser, this would be easy, but I'm not. This is the scroll container. This is where the right button goes. So I can't change the order, right? Otherwise you won't be able to click on the buttons. Or actually, hold on. I think I can change the order. Yeah, and then as long as these ignore all input, you ignore scroll container, you should actually ignore as well. And then the panel container should also ignore. Right? But then the scroll bars will not ignore input. So I think it all works out. That probably makes sense. Wait for it. Ooh. Seems wrong. Also, we're not able to click. Oh, that was slow. That was slow. Ooh. Ooh. Something happened? Oh, I need to turn off expand. Okay. Keep centered? Keep aspect centered? Maybe it just keeps centered? Perhaps? I don't know. We're just playing with the options at this point. Hopefully not hitting Oh, he's done it. Somewhat. Scrolling is a bit weird, but that's okay. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Okay, so the U should pass. You should also pass. Everyone should just pass except for the panel container. We don't want the panel container to listen to any of our inputs. Because it's a snitch. Or something like that. What am I talking about? Alright. So that's neat. Look at that. And then you can click. You can click. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? If we click outside of the panel container regions, like if I click on this blue space here, then it'll load the next one. Alright, well, we tried. Okay, well, I wish it was going to be that easy, but it's not. I have a few ideas on how I can solve this, which is... thinking. Thinking. What if I switch this back around? No, I don't want to switch it back around. I guess this should just ignore. Everything should just ignore. Manga page should pass, but that doesn't matter. Everyone should ignore, and then we can just listen for input. It's weird. It's weird. So scroll. Is there a UI scroll? Or no? I guess there isn't. So UI scroll up, UI scroll down. So scroll up, that'll be a mouse button, wheel up, and then wheel down. And then we'll just listen for these on that specific page. So read chapter, ready, blah, blah, blah. So then unhandled inputs. Input events. All right, so if events is action UI scroll up, then we'll want to grab something. We'll want to grab the scroll bar from the scroll container, and then kind of wiggle it up or wiggle it down. Is action. All right, so then I think this should actually also just be a regular input thing, so we can steal input away from the buttons if need be. Yeah. So that's kind of a more gamey approach to it, for sure. Let me see. What is... Yeah, scroll container. Yeah, okay. We can grab the scroll container, that's no problem. Export var scroll container path. One of these, hit it with an onReady var scroll container. Scroll container is equal to get node blah blah as scroll container. Look at that. And then from there, then we can grab the scroll container scroll bars. So we have the vertical scroll bar. That's the only one I really care about, but we can grab both of them. Why not? So onReady var vScroll is equal to vScroll bar, which is the scroll container. Okay, get vScroll bar. Yeah. H scroll bar. Please. Code completion. Where'd you go? Oh, it's because of this. Okay, so I've done this a few times, but I always forget how to do it. So there's a way that you can mess with the, I guess the logs. Or not mess with the logs, but mess with the scroll bars if you want to do some fancy stuff, right? Let me see. I need to check my code though. I have an implementation actually written in C# that I know works, and then we'll just kind of translate it back to GD script. Okay. So we can do, if it's UI scroll up, then we'll do scroll container, scroll vertical is equal to clamp scroll container scroll container scroll vertical plus, I don't know, man, like 5. Is 5 good? I don't know. Probably 1, and we'll see how that feels. And then minimum is 0. Maximum is vScroll. What's the maximum? Max value. Yeah. And then we'll do the opposite for scroll down, which is just minus. Right? So hit it with one of these. I feel like my token is probably expired by now. Yeah, okay. My token expired. So let's slap in another token and see how it feels. Feels pretty good. Boom. Okay, well, attempted call function and null instance. Okay, so let's hold off on this. Oh, no, it's because I didn't set this yet. Of course. This is scroll container. Now that should work. Boom, boom. All right. So one, it's inverted. So we'll just flip these around. And then also, I don't know, let's push it to 10. 10 feels pretty good. I have no idea. Could probably tweak this at runtime instead of doing it like this. But I'm not known for my good ideas. Get manga page response empty. Okay, interesting. So sometimes that'll happen, and I don't really have a mechanism right now to retry requests. Do need to be careful that I don't get blacklisted. Alright, so 10 is also feeling kind of sluggish, but that's okay. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty much exactly what you would want. And then we can go into project settings, go to plugin, enable the plugin. Look at that. Hit it with one of these, dev login. Look at that. And then, ooh, ooh. Things kind of broke there, but it's interesting. UI scroll down doesn't exist? What do you mean? Or, oh, does it, oh, interesting. So let's kill this. So if you are using, oh, okay, I see. So for your plugins, you cannot define custom inputs. Interesting. All right, which means that I now need to listen explicitly for scroll up or scroll down events. That's gonna be fun. All right, so how do I listen for that? Input events, mouse motion. Inherited by I'm not sure. Input events. That's joypad. Don't care about that. Screen drag. Screen drag position. Only available on mobile. That makes sense. Don't need input event action. Screen drag, don't need that. What other input stuff do I have? So there's inputs. Input map. Project settings, blah, blah. Inputs events. Input event gesture. Input events. Ooh, maybe input event mouse. And then we can do, is it mouse button? So button index. One of the button list. Okay, yeah. So if events is, yeah, okay. So if input events is one of these things, right? So if events is input events mouse button, then we'll do one of these, right? Oh, hello. Yo. Mama. Sorry. Work's been tough. I can't think of any jokes. How are you doing today? I am working on a MangaDex reader plugin in Godot, and also just like something that can be incorporated into any Godot game. It's free and open source. You can find it on my GitHub. Should be free. It should be open, I think. Yeah. Public repo. But the code that I'm working on now hasn't been pushed yet, but I'll push it eventually. Which is what they all say. But that's mostly what I work on, right? Because I also wrote this thing here. If you're interested in that, OpenCPageGD, yada yada. So if events, let's see, button index, or I guess we can match against button index, right? So match event button index, and then, so there's button wheel up and then wheel down. So button wheel up, and then we'll do whatever the heck this was. So this way, we don't need to depend upon custom actions because, as stated before, one of the goals was for this to work inside of the Godot editor. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So this should still work. All right, my token timed out. All right, so let's refresh the token once again. I feel like I should also be filing a bug report on the Godot repo about the entire, this thing here. The request completed callback not actually giving me back the correct headers. I think that's kind of interesting. So it gives me back the request headers, which is not useful. I need the response headers. Alright, so wait for it. Getting page. I don't know what the timeout length is, but hopefully that's okay. Alright, so it's very slow right now. I think we can wiggle it. Yeah, we can wiggle it. Alright, so this works. Nice. And then hopefully we can enable the plugin. Boom. Just posting the token. Dev login. Look at that. I guess it's just too big. It's just too big. Is there a way to increase UI scale? And also, I guess, like, once you're into this page here, there's no way out because I didn't build in the necessary tooling, but what I can probably do is have, like, a top bar, maybe, like, a sidebar. Maybe keep it as a sidebar, right? Because I already kind of have that concept for the home screen. So you'll have your, you know, your stand-up panel container in the very back, but then you'll have an HBox container which contains your sidebar and then your main view, and then that can be manipulated by dragging the split container. That could be kind of cool. Yeah, there we go. That's more or less functional. I mean, it's slow, and also doesn't. It's very. Oh, can I not go back? Who? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know. Seems weird. I think I need to do something to kind of force a refresh of the current image. Yeah. And by force a refresh of the current image, it's really just sending the same request over again and seeing how it goes. But yeah, that's functional, yeah. Now it just needs like the rest of the UI to go with it. That's actually kind of cool. So the benefits of this is that one, it can be run in the editor. Two, it can be slapped into pretty much any game because it's, you know, it's a plugin, right? So if it works in the editor, like pretty much all you need to do is don't use this script, but just use maybe plugin display. What does plugin display do? Yeah, plugin display. Just load in plugin display into any of your projects, and it should just work. In theory. Maybe in 2D it will work the best, maybe, as long as you're loading this into a canvas layer. If you're not loading into a canvas layer, I'm not sure how it'll work, but we'll figure it out. In 3D, this will be a bit more difficult. You'll need to render it inside of its own viewport and then assign that viewport as a viewport texture in 3D. Or I guess you could just overlay it like a UI menu, which would be a lot easier. But yeah, that's cool. That's cool. All right. I'm not gonna, well, you know what? Let's try the real flow just once. Let's try the real flow just once. So let's try not to expose my password. You know what? I'm not. That's dumb because why would I give away my does I can test that later. Yeah, you can't see my real name here. Oh, but you could see my real name anyways, or not my real name, but my real username there. That's fine. This is my password. That's my username. Hooray. Neat. Okay, well, seems alright. So that's read chapter. I think this needs to be bumped up to like 20 just to feel okay. I'm not gonna do that again. I'm just gonna copy the token. Actually, I feel like now that I've logged in again, it probably invalidated my token. Oh, no, it didn't. Nice. I am also cognizant of the fact that I keep loading back the same thing, but because I don't want to spoil myself on anything else. But yeah, that's cool. And then you can full screen it. I need some way to, I guess, be able to zoom in properly, but for now, this is okay. Yeah. So let's go to here. What did I call it? It's like MangaDex. Yeah, MangaDex GD. Get status. Get add all. Entire flow for logging in, selecting chapter, and reading manga is complete. So let's push this. And yeah, there we go. If you would like to grab this code for yourself and use it wherever you want. It is very permissively licensed, Apache 2, etc., etc. Let's add a README. Yeah, so Apache 2, all that requires is accreditation. So if you use it in your project, all you gotta do is give me a shout out. Otherwise, you're breaking the terms of the license, and that would make me very sad. And then, of course, like, would I take legal action? Probably not, unless whatever you make makes a lot of money, in which case, I suppose I would have to. As bad as that sounds, it's like, is it ethical? Debatably. But would it be financially advantageous for me to do so? Ooh, now we're talking. So let's see. What's the API version? So I can tag it. So this is MangaDex. MangaDex. Editor, plugin, plus standalone application. Written or made with Godot 3.4. Hooray! API calls were tested against MangaDex API version, whatever the heck this is. Oh, that's a replace. Get me out of here. Inserts. Ooh. How do I paste? How do you paste in Git Bash? All right, good enough. All right, so there's the README. Git add all. Add README. Oh, git add. Cool, 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 cool. So this is what that looks like. Phenomenal. Releases. There are no releases. It's not quite done yet, but I'm working on it. I'm working on it. MangaDex reader. MangaDex reader made plugin plus plugin plus reader made with Godot. Nice. I don't know. So Godot, gotta work on that SEO. That's probably one of my biggest things I've just neglected is working on SEO. One of the things that would really help me. But also one of the things I've just neglected. I don't know. It feels weird. It feels weird, like basically just begging people to like look at my projects. Oh, and you know what? While we're at it, we can also just drop a link to my Discord. Also, if you're interested, or if you want like tech support or whatever, there it is. I also wrote the bot that's in chat, so you can find that on my GitHub. Or, so the GitHub is found here. This is the bot's repo. How nice. Yeah. So let's start. Let's pimp the Discord. Why not? Okay, so what do I want to call it? Discussion. Available here. Don't know why I'm doing it like this, when I could have just copy and pasted that. If you need help, would like to contribute, or just want to chat. Neat. Add Discord to readme. Nice. All right. Well, I think that's gonna be it for me for today. Went way longer than I was planning to. Oh man, it's 1 a.m. I do need to continue to try to fix my sleep schedule. But once again, here's what I've been working on just in the chat. It's free and open source, Apache 2 licensed. It works as a standalone application and also as a plugin. It's not quite ready yet, but you are able to just log in. You are also able to, I guess, use an API key or the OAuth token if you so desire. It's pretty ugly right now, but we're getting around to it. The only functionality is 1, logging in, 2, getting your followed feed, so your updates, and then you can click on the button and it'll bring you to the page. Clicked on the same page again. Just staring into my soul. Looks like he's wearing lipstick as well. But yeah. I think that's pretty neat. I think that's pretty neat. But the main functionality is there, and it should be easy enough to drop into any existing application because of how it's written. So there's doesn't use any custom inputs. So you can see here that we are just explicitly listening for this. I suppose if you're making a mobile game, it won't work unless you have like a mouse attached to your phone or something. But I think that shouldn't be too hard to add, right? You just need to add a check for, you know, input event, like gesture or something, whatever it's called. Don't remember. And then it should just work. But yeah. Thanks for tuning in. I will be live. What day is it today? Today is Thursday? Or is now Thursday? I'll be live again on Thursday, which is today, from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, working on probably a game. Was working on a not game today because I was a little burnt out, but we'll get back to the grind probably, or we might be working on this because I'm making a lot of progress and that feels good. But yeah, if you haven't given the channel a follow, I highly encourage you to do so. Stream pretty consistently Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, and Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Doing mostly Godot development, or just whatever. Have a Discord that you can find here. Have a GitHub here. itch.io here. Hooray. I wrote the bot. I wrote everything that you can see on screen more or less, which is this thing. Actually, we don't need this. This is not stream avatars. This is my own thing. How nice. Whee. So this is also available on GitHub under the name Friendly Potato Stream. Wrote this as well under the name OpenCPHGD. Everything is free and open source. Go check that out. Anyways, let's find someone to raid. Who is doing Godot development? Let's see. Search tags. Godot engine. Okay, cool. I recognize this person. Or at least they gave me a follow. But they're doing a thing. So let's get ready to get sense. And, but yeah, I'll see you in a few hours. Today, Thursday, 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time, working on something. See ya. Goodbye.